Why did I save it in this third tab? It takes so long to load these. Oh yeah, your cup was... We're starting the revolution! Hear me, my fellow citizens, who live in suffering at the hands of your supposed lord. Within me flows the blood of the previous lord. I am the rightful heir. Behold, the Barnier's golden ring. Proof that I am of noble birth. Victims of this terrible tyrant. The time has come to start anew, and I shall be the one to lead you down that path. The poor, the hungry, the deprived. All of you, stand with me. Okay, Yokopo, okay. They're like, damn, shit. Before we commenced our strike on the Lord's Manor, I gave a little speech in the city square. Not because we actually needed them to take up arms and fight with us, but because we needed to make a public proclamation of our position before overthrowing the Lord. They needed to know we were not merely opponents of the Lord, but proponents of the common man. That we had a legitimate cause and a legitimate claim to power. If we were to leave them in the dark, it would only sow confusion and unrest when word of the Lord's death came out. They had to see us as their liberators, not a greater evil swooping in to squash a lesser one. The Lord had been squeezing everything he could out of them for years, sucking them dry, so I didn't expect anyone to actually have the willpower to join us. The important thing was that they knew who I was, but I had underestimated them. A slow trickle of people stood to join us, and by the time we were at the city's edge, we had accumulated dozens of additional men, transforming our little uprising into something of a much greater scale. The people had been waiting day in and day out, for someone to take up their banner and lead the way. It didn't matter that the one holding the banner did so under false pretenses. Intruders! We're under attack! Yeah! Woo! Get him! Oh shit. With added support, our forces rendered the manor's defenses practically useless. Townsfolk flooded the property, overwhelming even fully armored soldiers. Farmers turned the tools of their trade into deadly weapons, plunging all manner of spiked implements into guards' necks. It didn't take long for the pungent stench of blood to fill the air. Panicked servants scrambled away from the chaos as quickly as they could manage. Got him. And I made my way through the corridors to the Great Hall, where their lords presumably waited, Gratian at my side. We're here to relieve you of your head, Lord. Have these savages removed from my property immediately. Yes, my lord. I guess I shouldn't be surprised defenses are heaviest here. Watch yourself, Gratian. You can shove that concern right back where it came from, kid. I ain't about to let a bunch of mooks do me in. No number of these pansy little fuckers is enough to take me down. Is there any situation capable of tempering that big mouth of yours? You can handle all the guards then. I'll take care of the lord. You want to take the prize all for yourself, eh, kid? Normally I'd tell you to piss off, but I'll give you this one. It's what the people want besides. Thank you for your understanding. But remember, if you screw this pooch, I'll make sure you're the laughingstock for the whole laughingstock of the whole city. Don't worry, I will come back with his head. The fact that Barnier was still here suggested he knew he had nowhere safer to flee to. Unlike the slave revolt 3 years prior, we were entirely on the offensive this time. He didn't appear particularly perturbed about his predicament, though he likely had little doubt he would make it through the day safely. I knew Barnier was skilled with a sword, and despite all Gratian's talk, the guards he kept by his side were hardly going to be third-rate. They would be the best of the best. Praying Gratian would be able to hold them off long enough, I weaved my way through the wall of armed men, marching straight for Lord Barnier. He slowly drew his sword, readying himself for combat. Well, imagine that. It's you again. I had assumed you had died off in a hole somewhere. Hate to disappoint you, but staying alive is one of my few talents. How fitting for a filthy maggot. Well, I hope you're ready to be devoured by that very maggot. What's that dialogue? Oh, the boys are fighting! Oh! It would seem your tongue has gotten rather sharp since we last met. Though I needn't remind you how this played out 3 years ago, do I? Your blade will never get anywhere near my head. I will, however, give you a good reminder of precisely how feeble and worthless you slum rats are. Why yawn? Within me flows the blood of the royal family, direct descendants of God himself, while your blood is made from the refuse of the earth. We are no more the same species as a worm is a wolf. Your very being in my presence is a slight of the highest order. I think you'll find our blood is much more similar than you think. When I take that ugly head off your shoulders, we can both get a good look at how equally filthy your blood is to mine. I'm not the boy I was 3 years ago. I'll drag you down from your throne on high and show you for the dregs of the earth you really are. You would dare insult me, cur? We traded strikes, going on offense and defense in roughly equal parts. Barnier was quick on his feet and quicker with his blade. When I attacked, he swayed effortlessly out of its path, like a stalk of wheat in the wind. And when he attacked, he was like a typhoon. He had a prowess that could never be overcome with brute strength. Okay, Google. Notification. However, I had not spent the last 3 years idle. While I could hardly imitate the refined swordsmanship of a trained nobleman, I had a much better grasp on how and when to most effectively put my weight into a swing, how to maintain the ideal amount of distance between us. And there was one other key difference. I had no intention of running. Either I would take off his head, or I would end up a bloody heap on the floor. There was no other way this battle could end. Think about what you're doing, slum rat. About who you're pointing that blade at. An attack on me is an attack on God. It is an act of unspeakable sacrilege. Sacrilege? I'll never get these words right. Ha! Little late to take the moral high ground. You that afraid of dying? Then put your tail between your legs and start running. You insolent! I am the rightful heir of the Barnier family. The blood of the kings of old flows in my veins, and I am the ultimate ruler of this land and my people. I would never condescend to turn my back to a worthless rat. Rat Jacopo, Rat Jacopo! Well, don't say I didn't give you the choice. That just means we'll keep on doing this until one of us is dead. Every swing, every step, every slight shift of balance had a little more weight than the last. But unlike last time, where the pressure had only served to light a fire under me, it was now building up inside me, growing, taking form. I could now perfectly trace the path of his blade dancing through the air. Oh, the window. Back then, the only advantage I had over Barnier was physical strength and pluck, but things were very different now. He was agile, but I could keep up with him. No, I was beginning to overtake him. Huh. Allow me to borrow your words if you would. Perhaps you should save the snide yapping for when you have the skill to back it up. Don't get cocky, you insignificant rat! You treacherous cur! The Lord swung down at me with all his strength, but I managed to parry the strike with little trouble. In that moment, I had undeniable power. Power. That's right. I wasn't powerless, and I could never let myself be powerless again. Ever. And if I couldn't manage that, then I deserved to rot here as the weak, worthless man I was. I had the chance, here and now, to take out not only the Lord, but the me of old as well. A helpless, impotent boy who couldn't even protect the ones he loved. That's exactly what I'll do. I'll show you that I'm not who I used to be. That I'm not that sniveling little boy from 3 years ago. Before long, Barnier was coming up against the far wall. You impudent worm! We were both breathing hard, dripping with sweat. The air seemed to waver like there was a fire burning between us. A fire fueled by our own souls. And that heat extended to the entire hall, in staunch defiance of the cold winter sitting beyond the walls. Perhaps the room had transformed into one of the halls of hell itself. Where's your god now, huh? It's time to end this. Your time on this earth has come to an end, Barnier. I readjusted my grip on my sword, repositioned my feet on the hard floor, lining everything up for my final strike, and then threw a little extra fuel on the fire before breaking into a dash. However... Wait... Huh? What? Jaren? Whoa! What? The last person I expected to see stood there between me and the Lord, bringing me to an emergency stop just moments before I would have taken off his head. Jaren? But because I had been running at full speed, I staggered, almost tripping before catching my balance. She reached out, placing her hands on my shoulder, pleading at me with eyes the color of early spring leaves. I could see myself aghast, reflected in those eyes. I shouldn't have stopped. I shouldn't have hesitated, for any reason. I should have knocked Jaren to the side and taken off Barnier's head. But a torrent of questions rained down on me, entangling me from head to toe like a spider's web. Why? How? What was Jaren doing here? Why did she ask me to stop? Why was she standing between me and Barnier? No. The answer hit me like a bolt of lightning. Only 4 people had survived the raid of the brothel. Obi had prepared a safe room underground in case of emergency, and the stairs down were hidden beneath the floorboards. Yet Maria had said they were found quickly and most of the girls taken captive. You didn't. The attack had been well organized and large scale. Could the aroma of the herbs, which was strong enough to be smelled outside, have been some kind of signal? How could you? What? Jaren, what the? How could you betray? What? How could you betray us? Wait a minute, why? What the hell? What? What came out of my mouth was not words, though, but a pained, visceral wail. But overpowering everything else I felt was paralyzing shock. Whoa! What? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what the hell? Wait, I need to know! Tell me! Wait, what the fuck? What? The blade sticking out of Jaren's chest pierced my breast. Our blood flowed down opposite ends of the silver edge, melding into a single stream. I had completely lost any sense of what was happening, left only with crushing bewilderment. Barney let out a deep bellowing laugh from behind Jaren. The sound resonated through the blade in his hand. I could literally feel him mocking me from inside my body. Why? How could you do that, Jaren? No. How could you, Barnier? Jaren had double-crossed us. As much as I didn't want to believe it, I no longer had much of a choice. She had claimed she thought of us like family, when in reality, she was colluding with the Lord. She was the one who had brought ruin upon the brothel. I couldn't reconcile with what I saw with what I thought I knew. I couldn't forgive that kind of betrayal. And I couldn't even begin to comprehend Barnier's actions. How can you hide behind her when she stood up for you? How can you so readily cast her aside? She saved your life. How could you do this to her? What are you laughing at? Look at the girl. Look at her face. What? What? Why? Huh? What? What? Why was Jaren... How could she possibly smile about any of this? What was going through her mind? Has she gone mad? I'd never seen her like... Wait. Yes, I had. I knew that smile. All too well. When the realization struck, an almost painful chill crawled up my spine. Jaren was always smiling. She could break the ice with anyone in no time. She brought laughter wherever she went. She was endlessly cheerful and sincere to a fault. Flashes of our time together rushed through my mind. She was... Presumably, you're thinking the girl's gone mad, but that isn't quite right. No. She's been mad all along. What? Could anyone in their right mind keep smiling after seeing their parents murdered and being sold off? Could anyone in their right mind genuinely believe they don't have a sorrow in the world? Could anyone in their right mind be smiling with a sword sticking out of their chest? I can't. The girl's immalleable mirth is but a different shade of madness. If she weren't mad, she wouldn't be smiling. Jaren lacks the capacity to comprehend negative emotions. That can't be. She's compassionate, empathetic. There's no way she doesn't understand those emotions. It's called good old-fashioned hard work. She pretends to show compassion, despite the fact that others' pain is incomprehensible to her. What the fuck? What the? Huh? What? No. I refuse. You can't tell me there haven't been moments where you've seen the seams interact. In one of our conversations, I had asked Jaren, have you never felt like you got the short end of the stick? To which she had responded, I don't even know what the stick looks like, never mind which end is the short one. While I had assumed she'd either moved on or her threshold for happiness was on the low side, the scale she weighed it on was outright broken. To tell you the truth, I'm rather fond of the girl. After all, I am a madman myself. I wanted to shut out his words, to act like it was all crazy blather, like I didn't see any truth in it. But all the proof I needed was staring right at me. Jaren was smiling, as bright and as genuine as ever. The same smile she always showed us. His blood streamed down the blade in my chest, and still I couldn't believe it. Still I couldn't accept that she had chosen this man over us. You said you thought of us like family, Jaren. What happened to that? What happened to all our time together? You would throw it all away for him? Jackie, remember what I said? Excuse me? That I had my eye on someone. And I love you, Jackie, and everyone else at the brothel. There's someone I love even more. You know, I'm not the cleverest girl. I can only see what's right in front of me. How impossibly idiotic could I be? She never had an eye for me. I knew that from the beginning. Who could? Her heart had always belonged to Barnier. I was being presumptuous when I assumed she was talking about me at the festival. Why him, though? Why this man of all people? I about fell to my knees, but I managed to hold my balance long enough to stagger back. When the tip of Barnier's blade slipped from my chest, the blood it had been holding in seemed to rush out all at once, and with it went everything I was feeling. Some revolution this turned out to be, rat. As a parting gift, I'll let you in on a little something. The girl was my pawn from the very beginning. An informant sent to keep me apprised of anything that might spark opposition. If someone's amassing wealth illegitimately, I have them killed. Or forced to surrender all their assets to me. If someone says something disagreeable about me, I have them hanged. That scheming wench, Ginevra was it? Is probably at the bottom of a river by now. But it would seem I failed to keep everything under control, seeing as you're still breathing and dragging a pack of mindless peasants around with you. That's only a minor inconvenience, though. All I have to do is take off your head, and then, without their leader, they'll regress back to the ignorant swine they are. Now, it's time we put this ludicrous revolution to rest. Barnier shifts backwards slightly, making to pull the sword from Jaren's chest. She moaned, the sound a mixture of agony and ecstasy. I thought I could hear the flesh ripping as the blade passed through it. I should have been readying myself to fight again, to brandish my sword and take this bastard's head, but I couldn't move an inch. Everything seemed to grow distant. My spirit was on the verge of collapse. The fire that had blazed within me had been snuffed out in an instant. Countless memories crumbled before my eyes. The word death flashed through my mind, but it brought with it no fear, only vast hopelessness. Don't you... But as the last of my will threatened to slip from my grasp, I heard a voice. Remember what I said? What? That I want to be together with you. Forever. Oh? Oh, she's holding the sword? What do you think you're doing? Let go of the sword, Jaren. Lucidity came rushing back to me, and a split second later, I understood what she meant. What she wanted. I didn't give myself a chance to consider where that road might lead, if I wanted to walk down it, if I would come to regret the decision, or if it was the right thing to do. There was no time to think. only act. I couldn't let this opportunity go, so I shut everything out. My mind, my looming conscience, my sense of right and wrong, my heart. I shoved aside every possible distraction, rekindled the near-extinguished fire of my rage, let out a visceral howl. Dual shock battery low. Oh my god! What the hell? What? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What? Oh my god, everything's just crashing down at the same time! I can't take this shit. And swung. I could feel the impact in my arms as the blade tore through flesh and bone. Jaren's lifeless body dropped to the floor with a thud. And the tip of my blade ripped a gash in Barnyard's throat. Fuck yeah! But Jaren, jeez! A geyser of blood erupted from his neck. He bent over, writhing in agony, and staggered back a few steps before his legs gave out and he dropped to his knees. His eyes were opened wider than I thought possible, and he brought both hands up to his throat to stem the flow of blood. But it did little to help, the crimson stream seeping through the gaps in his fingers. With each beat of his heart, the flow surged, sending up sprays of lifeblood. Impossible! I was right. Noble blood and peasant blood all look the same. Grunting and groaning, Barnyard pawed at the floor, evidently still convinced he could scamper off and escape somehow. He left behind a trail of blood as he crawled. It was, by all rights, over. However, there was still one last thing to take care of. I marched over to the Lord and placed my foot on his back, slamming him down into the ground. I'm not leaving without your head, and I owe it to Jaren to reunite you. Wait, if you kill me, the neighboring counts are sure to intervene before you even realize what's happening. Put down the sword, and I'll spare you. You'll spare me? You're in no position to be sparing anyone. You're either a fool or a hopeless optimist. You're not a lord anymore. You have no power. You're just a sick worm. And the counts? They won't be an issue. I'll be taking over for you after all. Is that so? And how are you planning to do that? You're a peasant. You never entrusted me with a ring that bears the Barnyard family crest. I'll use that to make myself out to be the successor to the royal family. And what will you do? Once you faked your nobility, you have no experience, not the faintest idea how to be a lord. I'm sure I'll govern better than you ever did. You're out of your mind. A peasant like you couldn't govern an empty plot of land. Not that being a noble makes one any more qualified, as you've more than clearly demonstrated. I'll take your seat, and then I'll take the world. Ludicrous. Think very hard about this, boy. Killing me will be a mistake you can never fix. Put down the sword. Does that frighten you so much you would deign to beg for your life, Lord? Like I said before we began, though, the only way this ends is with one of us dead. I pressed my sword against Barnyard's nape, then leaned into it hard. The blade sank into his flesh, the gash spreading like a crack in glass. Screams of agony echoed through the hall. All the blood in his body seemed to be trying to escape through the gaping hole, creating an ever-growing pool of red around us. Before long, you two will be driven to madness. Excuse me? Oh yeah. By the time you figured out what it means to be a lord, you won't be the kind-hearted friend of the people anymore. Living this life, having no one you can trust, it'll eat away at you. And then Enough. You'll be your own executioner! Enough! I'll be waiting for you. Down in hell. Wow, jeez, that's graphic! Here, every guard, every rebel, I have here the Lord's head taken by my own hands. You have no reason to fight any longer. Put down your arms, all of you, and cease this meaningless battle. Our revolution has come to pass. Wow. This was a lot. In less than a day's time, the Lord's Manor had fallen, and by the time it was all over, it felt almost underwhelming how completely and utterly we had conquered them. Men cheered and shouted in celebration. Others borrowed suits of armor and pretended to be knights. A fire of a different color filled the manor's walls. They believed that, with the Lord's death, everything would suddenly be better for everyone. That nobody would have to suffer anymore. That they would all be happy and live perfectly fulfilling lives. They had no logical reason to believe as such, yet no one seemed to doubt it in the slightest. Everyone seemed to have forgotten that enacting change required work, and there was still much of that to be done. The entire rest of the day, the men partied and celebrated, paying no heed to the corpses strewn about the property. Even the injured joined in. Nothing could stand in the way of their merrymaking. They raised their goblets to my great accomplishments, and I smiled along. Though their fiery passion could not penetrate the cold bubble that had formed around me. The only real fervor I had felt all day was while I crossed swords with Barnier. Now, my head was surprisingly clear. Perhaps clear wasn't quite right. It was stagnant. I felt as though I were suspended in a dark sludge. Barney's dying words hovered around me. By the time I figured out what it meant to be a lord, I wouldn't be the kind-hearted friend of the people anymore, he had said. That I would have no one to trust. That it would eat away at me, drive me mad. And then I would be my own executioner. Again and again, I tried to tell myself that I wasn't like him, that I wouldn't end up like him. But his voice, his curse, refused to leave me. Images of his decapitated head flashed through my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling that one day, that would eventually be my head.
El cuerpo is bloody.
Well, there you are, kid. Been wondering where you ran off to. Oh, Gratian. How goes it? That sure ain't the face of a man who just pulled off a goddamn revolution. Your wound hurting? I've got something that can make the pain go away if you want some. Ah, there we go. Here she is. Take one of these leaves and grind it up at the back of your mouth. You should start tingling right at the back of your head in no time, and then all the pain's gone, like it was never there. It's some pretty great shit. If you don't mind getting a little loopy for a bit anyway. But after all that, it ain't like you're gonna need to think straight for a while, so what do you say? Take a few? I think I'll pass. It does hurt, but I can handle it. And why the long face? You're a hero now. People are gonna be looking up to you. And that ain't a great look. What's with the big rock? I don't remember seeing this here before. Please don't touch it. It's Jaren's gravestone. Ah, so that's what got you down in the dumps, huh? I mean, I get it. I sure as hell didn't see that one coming either. Talk about a shocker. Sweet little thing like her in bed with the Lord. Women can be fucking scary creatures at times. I don't even want to think about what kind of shit she has scheming while she got all chummy with us. There was no mask, no facade, no scheming. She was always just being herself. You out of your mind, kid? She played us for months, not the tiniest hint. If that ain't a facade, I don't know what is. She never believed herself to be lying to us. Assuming Jaren genuinely didn't grasp the concept of sadness or fear, that she was incapable of experiencing negative emotions. And it does kind of add up. She loved the Lord, while also enjoying her time with us. To her, they weren't mutually exclusive. To her, feeling both was not wrong. Well, it looks like you're a lot better at arithmetic than me, because that don't come close to adding up in my head. Or maybe you just don't want to accept that it was all a big fat lie. Perhaps. I'm not Jaren, and I don't know what she had with the Lord, so all I can do is speculate. And perhaps I do merely want to believe that she was part of the family. Granted. Could I ask you to keep this from Maria and the other girls? Yeah, sure. Regardless of what Jaren's actual feelings were, I don't see any reason to sully their memory of her. Fair enough, I guess. Not like the dead can make their own case, so the least we can do for the ones that are behind is not taint their memory. Unless someone knows how to bring them back, that is. Indeed. You sure everything's good, kid? What are you so concerned about? I mean, this is yours now. When we leave, you'll be staying here. I just want to make sure you're really up for it. If you want, I could take your place. Pardon? If you think being in charge will be too much to handle, I'll gladly take it off your shoulders. Oh, we both know I'm more of a fighter than you. I could've taken Barnier out without him getting so much as a scratch on me. What do you say? I'll do it. Don't be stupid. The whole city would be savages by New Year's End if you were in charge. Hey, just offering you a way out, kid. It's my burden to bear, and I have no intention of passing it off. I'll have myself back in order by tomorrow. Well, if you say so. But don't forget, you're in this for the long haul. Don't worry. I can handle it. So, do you have any specific plans moving forward? The woman you were conspiring with. Ginevra, was it? They offed her, didn't they? She was hardly the only noble hoping to see Barnier overthrown. I'll have to start by building up a solid foundation of supporters among the nobility. Do we really need the Dick Squad on our side, though? Why don't we just cut ourselves off from all that crap and start our own country? A place just for us. No royalty or nobility to rob us blind. Just our city. That would be ideal, but unfortunately, it isn't quite so simple. We can't just overthrow the Lord, take over the city, and build a big wall around the borders. Without a clear, legitimate transfer of power, the neighboring counts will undoubtedly intervene. So we fight back. What's the problem? Our little band of peasants was only able to take down the Lord because we had the elements of surprise. But what happens when a trained, organized army marches on our borders? You don't need me to answer that for you. This world's kind of a massive bitch, huh? That's how it is on this bitch of a nerve. But it's a hell of a lot better than having old Barnier in power, I guess. You'll change things for the better, though, won't you? You have my word. Great. So, Jacopo. I know we'll be parting ways here soon and all, but I want you to know I'll never forget this day. Yeah, wait, what do you mean, Buzz Gracian? That's what in my mind. It fits well. We crashed the gates of hell together and made the devil our bitch. It don't matter how far apart we are, nothing will change what we've been through. So let's make this city into the best goddamn city around. You from the top, me from the bottom. Yes, let's. It's a great comfort to know I have you down there. I have a good deal of trust in you. I won't disappoint you, kid. And don't you ever hesitate to give me a shout if you need something. When we first met, I kinda wanted to throw you off a cliff, and you still rub me the wrong way sometimes. But I also consider you one hell of a partner. And I mean that. We risked our lives for each other. Brothers in arms. Thank you. I too consider you a good comrade. You and the rest of the gang. I was beginning to think you'd never come out and say it. Now remember, kid, don't you let us down with this, or you'll be hearing from us. Capiche? I know you can do it. I won't let you down. It'll all go fine. I have allies. Friends I can count on. With their help, I can change things for the better. I can believe in myself. I can do this. I have no reason to think otherwise. This fluttering in my stomach is nothing to be concerned about. When that fated night came to an end, the vast bright blue sky of morning greeted me. I looked up at that sky, standing in a manner that still reeked of blood, and Morgana filled my thoughts. If she were here now, what would she say to me? Congratulations? It was so unlikely I let out a little laugh. She would undoubtedly criticize me for seizing power through such violent means. Her lips would twist into a scowl, and she would damn me to hell for the thousandth time. She would tell me what I had done was extremely foolish, but perhaps she would also express some concern about my injuries. That was all in my own imagination, though. She would never be at my side again. We would never look up at the same sky again. I would never hear her sing again. My old life was gone, a relic of the past. It would never be the same again. Not without the girl I loved being part of it. Wait, that was part 1? Is there like, how many parts are there? Is there 2? I figure like, what the fuck is this intro? I figure like one part's just like peasant and then one's lord, I guess. Oh, what the hell is this now? Recollections of an outlaw. You're in the mood for something juicy, you say? Hate to break it to you, chum, but I ain't made of dough. I'd like a nice slab of meat as much as the next bloke, but I'm barely making do as is. We all are, in case you hadn't noticed. What, you're not hungry? You just want a juicy story to go with your drink? And why didn't you just say that to begin with? Give me a sec. I think I got one you like. A few months back, me and a bunch of other blokes went out on a raid, this puny little village. They didn't do much trade, just living off what they could grow, so no one figured we'd make out with much. Grab a little grub, plow some of the girls, that was the best anyone was hoping for. Business as usual, we killed the guys, had some fun with the girls, then killed them too. What? Nothing too interesting, nothing real exciting up to that point. But that changed when I busted into this one house. There's a man, a woman, and a little girl, maybe 5 years old. No siblings, just a girl. Real small family for a village like that. There comes at me that comes at me to protect the girl. The tries to block them away. The tries to block them away. How do you read that? No surprise here, I killed them both. A couple of unarmed farmers. He's snapping a baby's neck. Jeez! That left the kid. Wasn't like she could do nothing, so I didn't have to kill her, but you know how the stupid things get. Crying like it's the end of the bloody world. So I figure I'll run her through before she starts howling on me, right? But get this. The kid smiled at me and said, "Where are you from, mister?" Couldn't believe my ears. "Girl, your parents were just killed by me. I'm coming to kill you next." So this is Jaren, right? I'm assuming this is Jaren. Man, jeez. How the hell are you smiling? And how the hell are those the first words out of your tiny little mouth? Creeped me out, truth be told. So much so I lost all interest in killing her. So I dug around for anything worth taking and then went on my way. But this damn kid, I try to leave and guess what? She fucking follows me. Doesn't want revenge or nothing, just smiling like a fool. I'm a patient bloke, but this was beyond the pale. I yelled at the stupid thing. "Why are you following me? Piss off!" She gives me this confused look and says, "I'm bored. Everyone else stopped moving, so I have nothing else to do. But you're still moving, mister." "Oh, sweetie." Me damn head was spinning. She was maybe 5, yeah. I could understand her being a little stupid, but she should have known right from wrong enough to know to be scared of me. You'd have to be out of your mind to come trotting after the bastard who just lost your parents. And I'm pretty sure that's exactly what her problem was. She wasn't right in the head. I tried to get her to piss off, but she wasn't hearing it. The other guys started talking. Maybe we should just neck her, right? And one guy says with a big smile, "What say we take bets on what it'd take to make the kitty cry?" So we did just that. We started placing bets. Give her a good yell and she'll cry. Knock her around some, that'll do it. I say yank out a 2 for 2. Jeez. Rip off her nails one by one. Oh my gosh, stop. And finally, plow her till she breaks. Jeez. She's 5. We went around and did everything we could think of our absolute worst. Not like we ever pretended to be good people, but it ain't every day you see a bunch of grown men taking turns knocking the hell out of a 5-year-old girl. Oh my god! And hell, that by itself is a good drinking story if I ever heard one. But it keeps going. She never cried. No matter what we did. Not at once. She would groan and twist her face when we hit her, so she did feel pain. But even that was only for a second. After that, she'd be back to smiling like an idiot. Tell you the truth, she seriously creeped me the fuck out. I wanted to just end it there and forget all about her. The rest of the guys, they took a liking to her. Wanted to bring her back with us. I tried to talk them out of it, but one guy, he says, "What's the big deal? Ain't like we're adopting her. We'll have some fun, and when we get bored, she's gone." And that's pretty damn hard to argue against that. If I kept finding it, I'd look like I was trying to be the good guy or something. And so now we've got this kid in the crew. First month or so she's with us, everyone's treating her like her plaything. Like their plaything. But after a little bit, that starts to change. They start being kind of nice to her, giving her extra food, giving her join in on conversations, that sort of thing. She still creeped me out, sure, the way she never stopped smiling. She wasn't ugly or nothing. Could be kind of cute even. When she started talking with us more, I realized something. None of us knew this damn kid's name. So I ask her and get this. She says, "I'm me." Dead fucking serious. Now, like I've been saying, the girls always never made much sense. But this was on another level. So I press her, "No, what's your name?" But she just tilts her head and says the same thing. "I'm me." "So you're saying your name is me?" I ask, and she gives me this big fat grin and nods her head. "Who the hell names your kid me?" Her parents seem like reasonable enough folks. They at least cared enough to try and protect her from me. They just run out of ideas trying to come up with a name for her, or what? As I'm wow, I did not read all that, like, comprehensively. So these are the guys that Jaren grew up with, and she's like, "They're nice." Oh my god, Jaren! Oh my gosh. As I'm thinking to myself, I see there's something sewn into the bottom of her shirt. Looked like writing, but I can't read for shite, so I call over the only educated guy in the crew and have him look at it. Turns out it was a name, Jaren. "Your name ain't me, it's Jaren," I say. And she lights up like a fucking village we just got through with. "Really? My name is Jaren? I never knew." I let out the biggest sigh of my life and say to her, "You're the dumbest broad I ever known." About a month after we picked the girl up, we had a bit of trouble. There's this chubby bloke by the name of Marcos, and he starts getting this thing for her, yeah? I ain't one to get on a guy about what gets his rocks off, but a 5-year-old girl? Oh no! Oh, it's even worse! Ew! That just ain't right. Marcos was kind of slow in the head, always at the back of the pack, and mostly useless when we went on jobs. Only reason we kept him around was because he made a good pack mule. He was annoying as all hell besides. Always saluting, saying aye aye, like he thought we were a bunch of pirates or something. And he called everyone boss, because apparently that was the only form of respect he knew. Day after day, aye aye boss, and I'm on it boss, and let me massage your back boss, was enough to drive him mad. Because he was the first one to talk to her, Jaren started imitating him. And now we got 2 buffoons running around talking like that. Obnoxious as it was, though, end of the day, that's all it was. But that changed when Marcos started getting real fond of the girl. Every little thing we did, he'd go around telling us to be nicer to her, yeah? But as far as we saw it, compared to when we first took her in, we were treating her pretty damn well. Of course, that's all relative. A proper slave probably still got less help from their master and we gave the girl. But remember, we only brought her along so we could have fun. We never intended to make her part of the crew, or Marcos wasn't having any of it. Son of a bitch actually snapped at us. "You'll pay if you don't stop right now, boss." The idiot wanted a fight, so we gave him a fight. The whole lot of us beat the ever-loving hell out of him, stomped his face in so bad you couldn't even recognize the poor bastard anymore. But that wasn't enough for him. His face a big bloody mess, Marcos said. "I won't let you lay another finger on Jaren, boss." Tell you the truth, I didn't think he had the sack. Then Jaren comes trotting in. Seems she heard the ruckus and wanted to see what was up. Marcos' eyes went wide and he yelled, "Stay back!" But the girl, she just stood there, same old stupid smile on her face. Seeing her come in, one of the other guys smirks, plops his arse down on Marco's back, and holds a knife up against his neck and says, "Hey Jaren, you like Marcos?" And with a big grin, she answers, "Hi boss." Though through the swollen, bruised up mess his face was, you could just barely make out Marcos smiling. Next, the guy on his back says, "Then would it make you sad if we roughed him up a bit more?"
What do you mean, rough him up?
Cut off his fingers, scoop out his eyes, you know, have a little fun.
Fun is fun. Why would that make me sad?
You hear that? I ain't making this up. The girl's still standing there smiling, and Marcos, he goes pale as a ghost. And he did it. He cut off his fingers. Jaren's still smiling. Gouged out his eyes. Still smiling. Finally, he slit Marco's throat. Even as the blood sprayed right into her face, she never once stopped smiling. Just before he kicked off, Marcos looked like he was thrown into the deepest, darkest pit of despair. I've seen the hope drain from God knows how many men's eyes, but that was on a whole nother level. And as you can imagine, I wasn't the only one Jaren creeped out anymore. What? Everyone felt the same way. She was so messed up. We all thought we might start turning into her if we kept her around any longer. So next city we landed, we saw Jaren off. And we all lived happily ever after, minus one twisted little girl. What do you think? Juicy enough for you? Feel sick? I'm sorry about that, chum. I thought you had a stronger stomach. I do wonder what Jaren's up to these days. She's still smiling like an idiot, or... Oh, jeez. I don't have water. Be right back. Oh my gosh, I did that new thing Nintendo released, that jump rope thing. I just jumped around a bit like yesterday, and now my legs are hurting. Just no physical exercise ever. Just jumping gives me pain. Okay, I guess this would be whoever, I don't know, whoever's she got sold off to, or whoever saw her when she was sold off for the first time. Good day to you, sir. Thank you so much for all your hard work. Yes, that's correct. This is where our slaves were when they were stolen, as I described when I reported it. What? The number of stolen slaves I gave you doesn't match the number you heard from other sources? No, I had no intention of deceiving you. I simply assumed it wouldn't be a problem because I wasn't claiming we lost more than we did. Yes, I understand. I beg your pardon. I should have reported the number correctly. I will do so in the future, so please, if you would look the other way just this once. Why did I report fewer slaves were stolen? I imagine you would find that curious, yes? Why would anyone want less of their lost manpower returned to them indeed? It's quite simple. I did not think it would be any great loss if she were not to come back. Oh no, she was a fine worker, and she didn't cause any trouble either. You want to know about the girl? I doubt it will be of any help to your investigation, but I don't mind telling you. I warn you, it's not a terribly pleasant story though. It can get worse than the last one, jeez! I'm just assuming. It only gets... Knowing fatamoru, it just gets worse. Very well. As you wish, sir. we purchased her when she was about 5 years old, so she's been with us for quite some time. 8, maybe 9 years now. When we bought her, she was still too young to put to work. She was in good health though, and always had the sweetest smile on her face, so I had little doubt she would do as she was told. Slaves tend to be so gloomy and depressing, you know? Not that I don't understand, but unlike many, we try not to mistreat our slaves. As long as they do their work, they have nothing to worry about. The best slaves, I think, are the ones who aren't so dreary as to be infectious and make us feel guilty. The girl's name was Jaren, and while she talked rather funny, she was as bright and cheerful as I had hoped, and she was always smiling from ear to ear. For a while, it felt like we had a brand new member of our family. I was so taken with her, I almost considered adopting her instead of keeping her as a slave. And how did I go from wanting to take her in to not caring if she didn't come back? It's rather difficult to explain, to tell you the truth. Yes, that's right. She never caused any trouble. She never stole anything, and she never refused to work. She never cried, and she never got upset. No matter what happened, she always did her work with a smile on her face. That sounds like the ideal slave? Yes, you would think so, and I have no complaints regarding her work. Neither did my husband, nor our servants. I imagine I'm the only one who would be happy to never see her again. I started thinking the girl peculiar about 2 years after we purchased her. Right around that time, one of our other slaves attempted to run away. Yes, that's right. As I said, we have never once mistreated our slaves. Other slave owners could learn a thing or two from us, I say. We tell all our slaves when we buy them that they will be set free as soon as they've worked enough to pay back what we paid for them. So we had only 10 years, and then he would have been free. But he chose to spit in the face of our generosity, and... My apologies, I've gotten off track, haven't I? The slave who ran was captured soon after, but trying to flee is one of the greatest transgressions a slave can commit against his master. As such, it was, as I'm sure you understand, necessary to punish... as such, it was, as I'm sure you understand, necessary to punish him. That's a lot of commas, I can't read that correctly. But I assure you, we never mistreat. Yes, I'm sorry, I'll continue. So as I said, he had to be punished. My husband took a length of rope and used it as a whip, I think it's called. He had all the slaves watch as he lashed the one that had tried to run. It was for their own sake. The other slaves needed to see what would happen if they attempted to flee. The lashing continued for a full day. Oh my gosh. All the slaves present reacted differently. Some averted their eyes, some cried, some looked on trembling, but it was clear they were afraid, which meant the punishment had served its purpose. For everyone except Jaren, that is. Yes, that's correct. She simply smiled. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but every time I looked over at her, I saw the same thing. As a slave being lashed screaming out in pain, Jaren didn't even flinch. She just stood there, smiling. Just looking at her gave me the chills. My husband thought I was curious as well, but he wasn't nearly as put off as me. She was 7 at the time and a hard worker. And he said there was no issue as long as she didn't cause any trouble. But that completely misses the point, you know? She gave me the creeps. I wasn't comfortable with her around. But of course, my husband has the final say. I couldn't defy him. So I did my best to forget that day. I couldn't get the girl out of my mind though, no matter how hard I tried. My gaze was drawn to Jaren, and I noticed quite a bit as I observed her more carefully. Say one of the slaves hurts himself while working. You might expect another slave to ask if he's alright, to help patch up the wound, to volunteer to take on his responsibilities for the day, to show concern and compassion. But Jaren, she would just smile and go on her way, not a word. She was hardly perfect either. Is anyone though? She would make mistakes occasionally. Everyone slips up, and we try not to make a huge fuss about it, because we sincerely value our slaves and the work they... My apologies. In any case, we can't simply brush such mistakes off, so we make sure to admonish them whenever something happens to ensure things run smoothly. But even as I scold her, Jaren's still smiling. As I'm sure you can imagine, it's hard not to feel as though you're being disrespected. So once, I lost my temper and smacked her. It was only the once, though, I swear. I'm not a violent woman. I hate raising my hand to anyone. I was sure that, if nothing else, would make her cry. But still, she smiled, with half her face red and swollen. I was so perplexed I came straight out and asked her, "Why do you not cry? It just hit you. How can you keep smiling?" She said, "Why would I cry? I'm not sad about anything." Pressing the issue further, I discovered she had evidently never felt bad for anyone in her life, including herself. Can you imagine? How terrible is that? It's not right. So I decided I needed to teach her how she was supposed to act. I taught her that when she saw someone get hurt, she needed to show sympathy. That when she was being reprimanded, she needed to show remorse and a desire to improve. Erin listened carefully to every word I said, and before long, she started putting my teachings into practice. At first, I was relieved. Erin was finally a regular girl. She showed concern, compassion, regret, but it was all an act. She acted sad when someone got hurt, and then she turned around and was smiling again. It never lasted more than a few moments. Emotions were but a flash, there, then gone, before I realized it wasn't normal. It wasn't human. She didn't genuinely feel sympathy. Beyond the surface, she was no different than the girl who smiled as a fellow slave was being whipped before her eyes. Jared had learned nothing. Unable to bear it anymore, I went to my husband again. I told him she wasn't normal. There was something wrong with her. I implored him to do something, but my pleas fell on deaf ears. She was a good worker, he said. We couldn't ask for a better slave, he said. Oh, but he couldn't have been any more wrong. He wasn't the one who had to look after her. He had no idea what she was like, how unsettling it was merely being in her presence, how deeply upsetting it was. My apologies. I'm fine now. As you can imagine, I'm not particularly fond of Jaren, so it was a weight off my shoulders when I heard she was one of the stolen slaves. Why are you giving me that look? You think I'm the one who has the problem? You think there's nothing wrong with her, just like my husband? One look at her smile and you'd know I'm telling the truth. That she's not simply a little eccentric, that there's more to it than that. I can't take it anymore. Is there no one who will understand me? Okay, that was not as bad, but it's horrible still. Oh, Jaren. Oh. Recollections of a prostitute. Kick back for a bit, why don't you? I'm in the mood to talk. I'm not going to charge extra. I don't bill by the hour. Oh, you never thought of me as a talkative girl? I guess that just goes to show how much I've taken to you. No, I'm not trying to butter you up, I swear. I've been thinking a lot these days about the place I last worked at, and it's really been getting me down. I can't think of anyone I want with me at times like this more than you. Something happened there? I've been waiting for that question. It's a bit of a long story, I hope you don't mind. There's a city about 10 days by carriage from here. You know, the one right at Lord Barnier's doorstep. The place I used to work was there, and every so often the Lord would summon a few of the prettiest girls to come to his manor. I'm hardly the best looking girl around, even out here, so I was never one of the chosen. But honestly, I'm lucky for it. It's not the kind of thing you want to go mentioning in public, but the Lord has some, unsavory hobbies. Every girl who ever came back said there's no amount of money you can pay me to do that again. Word is, the Lord has a taste for torturing and killing his slaves. Not just if you screw up, either. If he's in the mood and he so much as sees you, you could be dead. He's got a dungeon under his manor, too, they say, and you can hear wailing coming from down there at all times of the day. The Lord enjoys all different kinds of torture. Flaying, dismemberment, boiling, the water cure. I'm sure he uses others, but I've only heard bits and pieces secondhand. He only ever killed the slaves, though. The girls all came back in one piece. On the outside, at least. Being forced to watch people get brutally murdered did a real number on most of them. Some were so broken by the experience they couldn't work anymore. So the Lord apparently hosts his banquets at his manor every so often. But here's the kicker. He only invites nobles that are into the same sort of thing. He's not the only one. We're being governed by God knows how many twisted freaks. I don't even want to think about it. Anyway, something like 2 years ago, I think it was, a couple girls came back looking a good 20 years older, and they told us about one of these banquets. Most of the time, it's just him and his noble friends torturing slaves, but this one was different. There was a girl, maybe 10 years old, chained up naked on his makeshift altar, but here's where it gets crazy. The girl, who they called a saint, was covered in scars head to toe. They cut her up and filled their cups with her fresh blood, but she didn't cry. She didn't even flinch. She just sat there quietly. And when she did speak, it was to condemn them as blasphemers and sinners. Can you imagine? Chained up like that, and she's scolding her captors, telling them God will punish them for their actions? I wouldn't have the guts. Maybe she was raised at a church or something, but I'm guessing that's got something to do with why they called her a saint. Oh yeah, the slave revolt was right around that time too. You hear about that? Just rumors? Well, they're not just rumors. It really happened. Because of the revolt, the girls who'd been there made it up in mostly decent shape. And for a while afterwards, the Lord didn't send for anyone. I'm guessing he was too preoccupied patching up the holes in his manor and finances to spend much time fooling around. Started changing topics for a sec, but about the same time, this dark-skinned girl, the kind you don't see too often around these parts, started working here. Name was Jaren. She was pretty, always had the widest smile on her face, and real friendly. Seemed like the kind of girl who'd draw in a lot of business. And I was right. Within a couple weeks, she had already picked up a few regulars, and our manager was going on about how happy he was with his purchase. About a month in, though, we started getting complaints from one of her customers. He said she was being condescending with him. I brought it up with Jaren, but she said she had no idea what he was talking about. So I assumed the customer was just imagining it, or full of it. You get guys like that all the time in this business. No, don't worry, you're not one of them. But the complaints kept coming in, which made me think maybe there was something going on. So I decided to talk things out with the guys making the complaints this time, get a better picture of what the problem was. Most of them were pretty useless and vague, but the common issue seemed to be that her behavior didn't make sense. One guy came in after bungling a huge trade deal, hoping to find some comfort, and he spilled his guts to Jaren. But instead of trying to console him, she laughed. You can see why he wouldn't be thrilled about that. When I asked Jaren about it, she gave me a confused look and said, I thought he was telling a funny joke. There was no malice, nothing. She genuinely didn't understand how the customers wanted her to act. I can't run a business like this without a solid customer base, so making sure everyone leaves happy is crucial to operation. Which is probably not something I should be talking about with a customer, but, well, you're special, so cut me some slack, okay? Anyway, something had to be done about Jaren. We couldn't risk more dissatisfied customers, so I figured the best thing to do was give her some training. Here's how you should react if a client brings up such and such, and here's what you should say if they're looking depressed or upset or whatever. How and when to be reactive, and how and when to be proactive. Jaren was a quick study, so it wasn't long before she was putting my lessons to work. I would have been happy with just reducing the number of complaints to a more normal level, but Jaren improved so dramatically we heard nothing but praise from then on. Say a patron was looking a little blue. She'd give him a big pouty face and say, "What's the matter? You can tell me anything." "Oh no, that's terrible. I feel awful for you. Is there anything I can..." Oh, that's all her. "Is there anything I can do to help? Anything at all?" Just this constant stream of comfort, almost to the point of being excessive. She had gone from bright and energetic to sweet and sympathetic as well. On the surface, anyway. Every condolence she offered was completely fake. She was acting, and I knew, because I was the one who had taught her how. There was nothing wrong with that, though. We're not in the business of genuine human interaction, after all. Thinking back on it now, though, I probably should have taught her what the real thing felt like, rather than just how to fake it. About a year later, the Lord started sending for girls again. We all knew he was a madman, that was common knowledge, but he paid well, and everyone always came back alive, so we reluctantly complied. But we were wrong. He did kill the girls this time. One came back alive, but she was missing an eye and half an arm. She was in no condition to go back to work. Even just going about her daily life would be difficult. We were aghast. But things only got worse from there. The next time the Lord sent for us, we panicked. For one, no amount of money was worth what waited at the Lord's Manor. And two, it was impossible to run a business if your employees kept getting killed. So we attempted to turn him away, but his messenger simply said the Lord would not take no for an answer. We either complied or were all executed for treason. What little hope we had left crumbled. We were screwed either way, so we fought amongst ourselves like a pack of wild animals. I'm too ugly, you go. I have more regulars, you go. No one likes you anyway. Pure chaos. I was, of course, part of the brawl. And here's where she comes in. Jaren. Everyone's in a big mob, clawing each other's faces off, and she just tilts her head and asks, "Why are you so afraid of the Lord?" Seeing that stupid, clueless look on her face, just about everyone in the room burst a vessel. "Alright, we'll send her," we said, and it was decided. Jaren smiled, not bothered in the slightest, gave us a cheery "see you later," and went off to the Lord's Manor. To no one's surprise, she never came back. We figured she had been killed. A week or so later, the messenger showed up again asking for more girls. By this point, the manager was furious. He demanded to speak with the Lord in person, saying if something wasn't done, the whole brothel would collapse. And he'd put his life on the line to prevent that. Seeing him so resolute, I felt a newfound respect for him. I also thought he was a complete idiot, but I still respected him. After all, there was no way the Lord would be open to negotiation. That much was obvious from everything he'd done. The manager and a few assistants set off to the Lord's Manor, and about 2 weeks later he returned. Or his head did. His assistants managed to avoid death, so they were able to tell us what had happened. No one was exactly thrilled to hear more twisted tales about the Lord, but we listened anyway, and no one could have managed what they told us. Jaren was there, with the Lord, alive and well. Not only had she not been killed, he had apparently taken quite a liking to her. He's just disgusting. Yeah. The manager was surprised to see her too, but he figured it was as good a chance as he ever would get. If Jaren would speak up in his favor, the Lord might actually listen to her. So, emboldened, the manager pleaded with the Lord, begging him not to harm the girls, that we wouldn't be able to send anyone else otherwise. And for attempting to oppose him, the Lord ordered the manager be executed. The manager, however, entreated Jaren for help. "If you have a heart, Jaren, please, tell the Lord not to take my life. I have people who need me." Without hesitation, Jaren nodded, saying, "You think you could maybe let him live?" That seems a bit, I don't know, disrespectful for a whore to speak to the Lord like that. But he didn't get upset with her or anything. He really had taken a liking to her, apparently. The Lord nodded and said, "I'll offer you a choice then. Jaren, you may have whichever one of the following you would prefer. Either I spare this man's life, or you can have my full attention for the rest of the day." Aw, fuck. The manager and his assistants were all baffled. How was that even a decision? How was a man's life, a man who had employed her for more than a year, no less, comparable to a little attention? But they were even more baffled by Jaren's reaction. She thought about it for a second, and then blushing, she said, "I want your attention." Oh, everyone's jaws dropped. The manager about burst into tears. He begged her to reconsider, to have pity. He asked what he had ever done to wrong her. "You never did me wrong," she said. "Then why don't you have him spare me?" I just want his attention more." "And you're willing to let me die for that?" "What's so scary about dying anyway?" "Oh, Jaren, Not only did she not comprehend sorrow, she seemed to be devoid of anything resembling fear as well, which explained why she had so much trouble sympathizing with people's suffering, why she was always smiling no matter how bad things got. Without our manager, the brothel went to hell. His son took over, but he didn't give a damn about any of the girls. All he cared about was if he had enough booze to keep himself perpetually smashed. So, figuring I had a better chance elsewhere, I left everything behind and ran, leaving my future in Fate's hands. Fate was kind to me, and I managed to make it here. They come to me in my dreams sometimes, though. I still see the faces of the poor girls we sent off to the gallows. Jeez. Where are we? The fuck is this? What?
Where am I again?
Oh! Awake again, are you, whore?
Who are you, sir?
It would seem your memories have not fully recovered. Allow me to remind you how you got here, then.
No, wait.
It's right on the tip of my brain.
Let's see. I was at the brothel, and then I was invited to the Lord's place. I got brought to a big city. Then I was taken to the Lord's castle. The Lord called me into his room, and then you strangled me.
Oh my gosh! Indeed. Your memory has returned without problem.
I'm super duper good at remembering things. Wait. Why did you strangle me?
To test my theory.
Your theory? Of what?
That you're mad.
Mad? About what?
Not that kind of mad. First of all, I never bring just one whore to my quarters. I brought you here because you piqued my personal curiosity.
You mean you're having orgies in here every day? Wowzers, you got some serious stamina.
I don't even want to think about that. Not being alone with one person reduces the chances of an assassination attempt.
That makes sense. It's pretty tough being the Lord, huh? So what are you curious about little me for?
The other day, you and a handful of other whores attended the torturing of a slave, if you recall. I made you all watch as he died. But you didn't seem affected in the slightest.
Crap, I'm so sorry.
Or what?
I wasn't sad enough, was I? Nice farm lady and the girl at the brothel taught me how to be sad and how to be angry. But if I'm not careful, I forget. I'm sorry for not being sad like I was supposed to.
As I said, you piqued my interest. Had you sobbed and screamed like any other whore, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
What? So me not being sad wasn't bad?
That it wasn't.
Huh. No one's ever said that to me before.
I always thought you unusual, but I couldn't be certain about what you were. But I couldn't be certain about what you were without getting more personal, which is why I brought you here to test that theory. You don't fear death, do you, whore?
It's not just death. I've never felt sad or scared about anything ever. I didn't even know sad or scared were things people felt at all until someone told me. But now I know all about them and how you're supposed to act when you feel them. I just don't know what they actually are.
Truly fascinating. Tell me more.
Huh? What do you want to know?
Let's see. Tell me your whole life story. Tell me everything, as far back as you remember.
Wow. No one's ever been this interested in me. This is super nice. Alrighty then, I'll tell you everything. Don't hesitate to conk out if you get bored. And ta-da! Here I am. What'd you think? As boring as I thought it'd be?
Hardly. That was easily the most engrossing childhood story I have ever heard.
Woohoo!
Smiling as your parents are killed before your eyes. I'm hardly one to talk, but you're one thoroughly heartless girl.
I so wish I could do that over. I really love my mom and dad. The nice farm lady taught me you're supposed to be sad when people you love die. I don't get it. How do you just not feel it? Oh my gosh! Pain.
That's why you want to do over?
Huh?
You're incapable of experiencing sorrow, no? Feigning it for the occasion won't change the fact you don't actually feel sad about losing them.
Oh my god. I guess you're right. I can pretend, but I still don't know what it feels like. I don't understand why people are so afraid of death to begin with. I don't get how you're not. What the... What the heck? I
mean, pain isn't fun, I get that much. That's why! It's not fun! Why would you... But if you don't let it bother you, it's not that big a deal. Ah! Jared, come on! I can't. Plus, once you die, you get to go to heaven. So I don't get what there is to be so afraid of. Oh my gosh, I cannot. She just don't got a damn clue. Oh, so sweetie. Not everyone goes to heaven. Oh, that's right. But still, I'm sure there are plenty of fun things to do in hell. Fascinating. You truly are twisted to your very soul. Oh, but I do sometimes feel disappointed. Do tell. Like, I sometimes wish I could eat my mom's supper again. And I feel left out when everyone's talking about how weird I am. Maybe sad is just like an even stronger version of that. I get the impression your entire experience of negative emotion is fundamentally distorted, so I don't know if you can say that. Jaren. Hi? Would you like to remain with me? Huh? Normally, I send hordes back to where they came from when I'm done with them. But I'm offering you the chance to stay here with me. Are you? Are you asking for my hand in marriage? What do I do? I went from whore to Lord's wife in 3 seconds flat. Fool. I would never even take a mere prostitute as a concubine. Drat. I am, however, fond of you, so I'm offering you a place in my house. So you're saying you actually want me around? Even knowing what kind of person I really am? You could say that, yes. Wow. No one's ever actually wanted me before. So much pain! As promised, Jaren, you have my full attention for the rest of the day. Whee! Honestly, it shouldn't surprise me anymore how twisted you are. Twisted so far, in fact, you're the most sincere and honest person in the land. To a fault. You hardly even gave that man's life a second thought. The look on his face as he died was magnificent. You are a cruel girl. I'm choking up, hold on. Sickening. I didn't do anything wrong, no matter what you say. I didn't steal anything. I didn't kill anyone. I try to stay out of everyone's way as much as possible. So you actually have some concepts of right and wrong, which means you understand that I am a wicked man. I was taught the difference, yes. Fascinating. However, simply knowing the difference is of no use. You don't feel the repulsion it's supposed to elicit. Knowing full well that I was acting maliciously, still you selfishly chose my affection, sentencing that man to death. That's not what No, I guess you're right. I guess I did let him die for my own selfish desires. Looks like I've still got a lot to learn. No, you stay exactly the way you are. As I've said before, you don't need to put up a facade around me. Don't act sad if you're not sad. Don't act angry if you're not angry. Don't feign pity for someone you don't care about. Be you. But everyone says Your natural self neither disgusts nor disturbs me. In fact, I greatly prefer you that way. No matter how many slaves I kill and torture for my own entertainment, you never leave my side. You happily accept me no matter what I do. I would rather not lose that. Don't stand so far away. Sit down beside me. Don't zoom in! I've allowed you to stay here for a month now, and in that time you've been a constant source of entertainment. And you've expressed no desire to leave either, despite being well aware what kind of man I am. Same goes for you, Barnier. You want me to stay even though I'm such a weirdo. The difference between you and I, though, is that I kill and you do not.
You know, I've been wondering,
What?
why do you like killing so much?
It would seem your perception of me is slightly inaccurate. It is not the act of killing I enjoy, but the look of dread and despair on a man's face as his life is ripped away.
There's a difference?
In your mind, perhaps not.
I'd kind of like to know what it's like in your mind then. I told you my story. Maybe you could tell me more about you, Barnier? If you do tell it, I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn about this rat.
Not that I blame you if you don't want to tell a prostitute like me. You're not a prostitute anymore.
I'm not? Then, what am I?
You're my property.
I'm gonna... Oh, this is like the most... I'm sick. I'm sick. Oh, that sounds super nice. No, Jared!
So to answer your question, I was not always the man I am today. I had several brothers, though I was the eldest. As such, I was first in the line of succession. There should have been no question as to who was the rightful heir to the house. But my father, the previous lord, wanted my brothers to succeed him instead. Without any reason to pass over me, though, he would have faced significant opposition and put the family's reputation and legitimacy at risk. I was neither infirm nor mentally challenged, but rather extremely talented, which gave my father no leverage to deny me the throne. The one thing I lacked was sycophantry.
I just don't know what that means.
Sycophant.
Sycophant. Okay. Person who acts obsequiously. Oh, you put a big word in the definition too. Obsequiously towards someone important in order to gain advantage.
Oh.
Obsequious. A person who acts obsequiously. I'll have to search up that. Jeez.
Obsequious.
Obsequious! Obedient or attentive to an excessive or servile. Servile? Servile? I'm not. Enough. Obedient. Excessively obedient. Person who acts excessively obedient towards someone important in order to gain an advantage. Okay. Okay, then pretty much. Okay. Okay, I see. I realized. So the one thing he lacked was sucking up to people? I don't fucking know. What? In the end, I never understood. Whatever, I don't give a shit. Okay, I guess he's trying. Seeing people try to butter each other up made me physically sick. It seemed to me the last kind of behavior royalty should be engaging in. I believe that merely possessing leadership ability should be sufficient for ruling effectively. But in this world, only those who can win others' favor make it anywhere. Only those who can make themselves look good and their peers like fools. Those who can claim others' achievements as their own, who can appear to have more power than they actually do. My father and brothers forsook me, making an attempt on my life, because they could not legitimately remove me as a rightful heir. They could only kill me if they wanted their way. I was fortunate enough to survive the attempt, but I still carry the scar today. You mean the biggin on your back? The biggin? That's right. You're surprisingly observant. I was in danger of not just losing the lordship, but my life. I was left with three choices: to let them kill me, to flee and live in poverty, or to kill them first. I was born to rule though, so in reality, I only ever had one choice. I murdered my father and all my brothers, leaving me as the only one in the line of succession. But becoming the lord did not immediately win me everyone's favor. Distant relatives crawled out of the woodwork to claim my throne as rightfully theirs. The people demanded I satisfy their every whim fancy, and even my attendants tried to push their own agendas. The whole affair quickly grew tiring. Dozens were clamoring for a say in matters I could easily handle myself, but I silenced them. Before long, the prodding voices had become corpses, and it was somewhere around that time that I found myself intrigued by fear. Fear is a wonderful thing, an incredibly effective silencer that spreads like a plague. Efficient application would preemptively stop everyone from interfering. Fear strips a man of all his will. When it became apparent to me that one did not have to be a great leader to rule effectively, all the time I had spent in my younger days working to improve myself felt like an incredible waste.
Fear became the centerpiece of my rule, and as I continued to employ it, I began to derive great pleasure from the despair it instilled in others. Men trembled at the sight of me. They bowed their heads and abandoned their dignity. They begged me to spare their lives, and what an exquisite sight it was every single time. Enrapturing. You were born into your madness, Jaren, but I was molded into mine.
Huh. That's neat. But Lord Barnier, wouldn't that make me a bad match for you? I'm not scared of you at all.
Man is a curious beast, you see. Once everyone feared me, I came to seek those who did not.
You sure are hard to please.
Make it sound like I'm merely a picky child. Though I suppose there's little difference in your eyes. There were a number of others among the nobles who had, like me, strayed from the path, hardly a surprise given what life as a noble is like. So I started throwing banquets, inviting those who would be interested. These parties were to serve two purposes, the first obviously being for my own amusement, second to find those with similar tastes and bring them into my circle. I found little success with the latter, however, despite my rather zealous attempts at recruitment, so I no longer wasted effort.
You weren't able to make any friends then?
No, I was not. The other nobles had no interest in getting their own hands dirty. They only wanted to watch getting their titillation from a safe distance. Not a single one shared the same madness as me.
Oh, boo-hoo! Oh, boo-hoo! And you can't find someone who likes torturing people. Like,
Jaren. You're far better than any of them.
What? Thanks?
What are you squirming about? I thought nothing bothered you.
I am capable of getting flustered, thank you.
There's something deeply wrong with you.
You're the one who decided to throw that curveball, Lord Barnier.
Enough with the formalities already. You're not a whore anymore. You're allowed to use my name.
Huh? That is your name, though.
You don't know your own lord's full name, do you, Jaren? Answer the question, girl.
I'm sorry.
Allow me to help. I will only say this once, so don't forget it. My name is Jean-Francois Barnier, firstborn son and rightful heir of the Barnier family.
Got it memorized. That's a really long name, though. I think I'll call you Franny. That rolls off the tongue nicer. I assume I can take that cryptic chuckle as an okay?
Only if you wish to be hanged. Call me Francois.
Aye.
Francois.
Francois.
Fuck you. Jaren. Get up, Jaren.
What?
I swear you spend every moment you're not otherwise occupied sleeping.
I love sleeping.
I said get up, you feeble-minded Nimrod.
Ow! You didn't have to hit me, yeesh. There are nicer ways to wake up a girl, you know.
Be grateful I'll only hit you hard enough to wake you. I swear the church may have to redefine sloth if they ever meet you.
This bed's so comfy, though.
You do realize the blood of dozens of women has seeped into every fiber?
Jeez. Comfy's still comfy, though.
That wouldn't bother you, would it?
So, what's up, Francois? You need me for something?
Yes, I have a favor to ask of you.
What? A favor? Of me? What is it? I'll do anything.
Without even hearing what it is?
It doesn't matter what it is. You say the word and I'll do it, Francois.
And what if I asked you to take your own life right here?
Just give me the knife.
What the hell? I should honestly be more used to this by now.
Why wouldn't I do anything for you, Francois? I love you. No one's ever cared for me like you before. No one's ever wanted me as much as you. You're happy with me as I am, despite me missing all the most important pieces.
Again, I really shouldn't be so surprised. Fear not, though. I won't be asking you to die today.
How much harder is it gonna be then? I hope you don't want me to kill anyone. It would be my first time, and I'm not sure I could pull it off properly.
You're at the bottom of my list of prospective assassins. I doubt you could successfully smother a baby. Although, you could probably cause a great deal of death, I imagine. I would like to make you into a noble. Not noble, what the fuck? A mole. You want me to dig holes? In a sense. There's been a word of unrest building in the city of late. Money and resources gathered below the table. Murmurings of resistance being organized.
So a bunch of baddies.
Precisely. I want you to go down to the city and try to find as many baddies as you can, then report back to me. Can you do that?
I can try.
Excellent. A whorehouse would be the best place for you to start gathering information, I think. All I need you to do is deliver reports. Anything more involved would probably cause that empty head of yours to burst.
Aye. I just realized if I go to the city, I won't be able to see you as often, Francois.
Does that displease you?
A whole lot. Oh, I bet this is what being sad feels like.
In your twisted mind, perhaps so. How about this? I will have a servant act as a regular client of yours. He will pretend to be a well-off merchant. At regular intervals, he will patronize a brothel, requesting your services and bringing you back to his residence. He will pay well enough that they won't mind if you're gone for a few days, during which time you can come back to the manor and see me. How does that sound?
Whee! I love it!
Next, we need to discuss how you present yourself. Although you're free to be yourself in my presence, you will need to put on a suitable act down in the city.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Now I'm getting butterflies.
You spent years doing precisely that before you came here.
But I didn't have you counting on me to do a good job of it back then, Francois.
Allow me to offer you a piece of advice then.
Huh? I'm all ears.
Really tell others about the misfortunes of your upbringing.
I don't think I had a bad childhood, though.
Oh, you may not, but others will. Your parents murdered as you watched. Taken captive by the men who did it. Tell people your story, but don't act overly dejected.
Huh? Why not? Won't people think there's something wrong if I'm not sad?
People will think it's more unusual if you get too dramatic because it's so far out of line with your regular disposition. Good acting is subtle, not overdone.
Oh.
People will feel great pity for you when they hear of your past, and then they will see your exuberance as a sign you fought and found the strength of will to move past your ill fortune. They will be impressed, taken with you. So you need to exaggerate your performance. Just give it a little bit of flavor. As long as you don't tell anyone these emotions are beyond your grasp, no one will have any reason to suspect otherwise.
Nito, I'm feeling a lot better about this now.
I expect you won't disappoint me.
Aye aye, boss. So hey, Francois?
What is it?
What would you do if, hypothetically speaking, if, when I go down to the city, I learn what sadness and fear feel like?
I would kill you, because I would no longer have any interest in you.
Awesome! I'm just glad you didn't say you'd kick me out. Every girl dreams of being killed by the man she loves.
I'm thinking about myself. I hate myself. I hate you. Oh, so much pain. It's all going. Oh god, oh, so much pain. Anyways. No. No, they do not. They. No. Everyone, not every girl dreams of being killed by they love. You want me to kill you?
If it comes down to it, I guess. Though really, I'd rather be with you forever.
Oh, I got tears in my eyes. I got the brainworms. Oh, what's happening? In the room, Jared, now.
Oh!
You're gonna yank my arm off! I wouldn't have to if you would move. Listen very carefully. You stay in this room until everything has blown over. Do not open the door for anyone.
But... Is this what I think it is?
You are only to leave the room if I tell you it's safe, or the matter goes completely silent. And if someone breaks down the door, tell them you're being held captive by the Lord. My predilections are well known among the people. No one will suspect you're lying. I must go now. Farewell, Jaren. I rather enjoyed our time together.
Wait! Don't go! I've got an idea, Francois! We could escape through that window there! Tie the sheets up into a rope and climb down! Then we can go somewhere far away where nobody will find us!
I don't have that liberty.
Why not?
Because I am the lord of this land. I was born to be the lord. I murdered my own family to keep my claim to this title. And I will not abandon it. And I will not abandon it until my final breath. I was a fool and a tyrant, neither a great leader nor a great man, but still I bear the responsibility of my role. Fleeing is not an option.
I never thought you were a tyrant.
The rest of my lordship would disagree with you. I used fear as a weapon of control, murdering slaves for fun and prioritizing my own desires over the needs and lives of my people. Do you have a better word for what I am? Whereas you grasp the difference between good and evil, but lack the requisite emotions to give those concepts meaning. I knowingly chose to stray from the path of righteousness.
Didn't you say you could run things just fine with fear? That it was very effective?
Indeed, you can run things exceedingly well with fear, though I never said you could do so forever. I first saw signs the people were turning against me 3 years ago. While I did what I could to crush the seeds of revolt before they grew, it would seem I missed a few.
If you knew this was coming, couldn't you have stopped it?
I've traveled so far down the wicked path it would be nigh impossible for me to find my way back into the light. Which means all I could do is continue on and see what awaited me at the end. I could never play the benevolent ruler, though. Those people are inscrutable to me. They all appear to be either ravenous beasts or feeble-minded swine. Were I able to have any love for my own people, perhaps things could have turned out differently.
I can't stay in here and wait, Francois. I want to be with...
You will do as I say, girl. What's gone into you, Jaren? Death is supposed to be meaningless to you. You do not experience sorrow over loss. Remy. Although he's being baby.
Hello.
Oh, what? Oh. Why is... Every time I get on my computer chair, she just starts crying.
Okay, hello.
Death is supposed to be meaningless to you. You do not experience sorrow over loss.
But I...
Should I not come back? Go on smiling. Do not think I will simply let them walk in and kill me. I have dozens of skilled guards, and I can handle a sword myself as well. Far better than any mere peasant. They're getting closer. Now remember, you are not to leave this room, understood? You are my property, and property does not defy the will of its master. What if I do come out? Jiren, you will not be of any help to me out there. And should you obstruct me in any way, I will not hesitate to kill you. You do not have a choice. Is that clear?
Francois!
What? Time is running short.
I love you.
I will always place myself, the Lord Jean-Francois Barnier, above anything else in the world. And you second.
Wait.
Oh, Remy, wait. Okay, well, wait. We're back. Wait. Yeah, it does fit. I didn't even need to put this BRB thing. Did it do? Okay, Facebook. Hate Facebook notification. I don't even check Facebook anymore. Okay. Whee! Controller. Wait. Second? It's kind of super crazy. Wow, isn't it? Oh. And her being second. Whoa. I'm shaking a bit here. I've never felt this way before. This being scared feels like? This is a lot worse than I imagined. It hurts real bad. Like someone's sitting on my chest. I can hardly even breathe right. But it's kind of really wonderful. No, I can't do this. I can't be away from him. And she leaves. And dies. Oh, part 2 now! Wow! Wow! That was crazy! Wherefore should the heathen say, where is now their God? But our God is in the heavens. He hath done whatsoever he hath pleased. I read that quick enough. Their idols are silver and gold, the work of men's hands. They have mouths, but they have speak not. Eyes they have, but they see not. They have ears, hear not. Nose they have, smell not. They have hands, they handle. Oh, they that makes them are like unto them. So is everyone that trusts in them. Oh, old man. 'Tis a great shame what happened to Ginevra. The post-revolution merrymaking continued into the wee hours of the morning. After things settled down and the men returned to the city, an elderly man calling himself Odelan showed himself before me. Despite his evident age, the man stood tall and spoke in a clear, confident voice. Looking into his deep sapphire eyes, I felt as though I could see everything he had borne witness to in these halls engraved within them. Odelan revealed himself as an ally of the revolution and as having been in contact with Ginevra. That things proceeded as initially planned. She was to take power and build the land anew with my assistance, but great change is never without its cost. Nevertheless, I am unspeakably grateful for how swiftly you managed to dethrone the former lord. Without your heroic efforts, we would still... Enough with the ass kissing. Tell me who you are and exactly what you're hoping to get out of me. No need to be so apprehensive, I assure you. I am more than happy to tell you everything you wish to know. I served as consul to the late Lord Jean-Francois Barnier, and 'twas I who aided the revolution from within the manor's walls, coordinating with Ginevra on the outside. So that make you the one who ordered the gates open for us then? Barely. Furthermore, I arranged to have a number of the guards turncoat. Well, you did fine work. We would have lost a lot more men without your efforts. I have to ask though, where were you while it was actually happening? I don't recall seeing you anywhere. I took the liberty of finding myself shelter. How fortunate for you to be able to kick back and watch, only to crawl out of your hole after we relieved the lord of its head. Might you, perchance, be suggesting this old bag of bones take up the blade? I would only serve as an impediment to your success. 30 years ago, mayhap, but hardly could I point a sword straight today. Or perhaps you would say that I, as the support of your cause, should have been present for the occasion regardless. But of little aid I would have been, merely dying a fool's death, becoming naught but another body upon which the living would track. You're skilled for your words, old man. Of course, 'tis my job. There is but one service I can provide you, my knowledge. Knowledge? Meaning you intend to continue to serve as a lord's consul? For what other reason would I lend my hand to this revolution? You expect me to just take your word to trust you? Surely you're aware that you cannot rightfully govern this territory without the acknowledgement of the neighboring counts and the king. I have knowledge and connections which would prove invaluable in establishing you as legitimate and qualified to inherit the throne. Yes, I know. I did not saunter into here blind. I still hadn't figured out how I would accomplish that, but... Wait. I recognize you from somewhere. Remember, you were here during the revolt 3 years ago. You're the one who helped Barnier escape. 'Twas indeed I. That's all the more reason not to trust you. You sat back and watched, not a damn peep, as that clown of a lord left his people to rot. Call him a clown! Like hell I'm letting you be my consul. You are an astute young man, but still far too green for your own good. And you fail to fully separate yourself from your old life. Excuse me? I assure you, I was no more fond of Lord Barnier's predilections than you. But as I am sure you are aware, he was quick to send his opponents off to the gallows, as he would be no more merciful to his consul than a slum dweller. My objections would have ensured but one thing, a swift, meaningless death. Moreover, you knew it was not yet the time and stayed your hand, nay? I too had reached the same conclusion and was awaiting the appropriate time. This guy's dialogue is gonna stretch the game real long. The perfect time to rearrange the board. You must dispense of the childish emotion that controls you, act exclusively in service of that which most benefits you, and you cannot do so without someone to guide you. You are still merely a fledgling, young man. You know not up from down in this vast new world, and you have neither an army nor the weapons with which to defend yourself. Should you go out into that world unaccompanied, it will snap your neck before you feel the hands upon your skin. And what benefits are you hoping to reap from this? You're not acting out of a love for the people. That much is obvious. A chance to fulfill my duties as consul to the Lord. My expertise went largely unused under Lord Barnier's rule. 'Twas a deeply frustrating time for me. Though if I may be blunt, perhaps I should say that I would like to die knowing I have accomplished something worthwhile in my life. I can promise you I have no intention of mistreating the people for my own personal amusement. You've still given me no reason to actually trust you. Allow my word to speak for my words. Allow me to proffer unto you my knowledge, that it might be of service to you. don't completely trust this man, nor do I think I ever will. He's after something. Probably wants to use me as a puppet under the guise of assisting me as my consul. So should I say that? Consul? Consul? I don't think there's no other way. Come on. Consul. Consul?
Consul.
Consul. Okay, I'm not crazy. What is consul or what other way could you pronounce that? I don't know. I'm just making sure. Yeah, he makes a good point though. I'll need someone to show me the ropes if I want any chance of governing effectively. Have you come to a decision? Okay. It's a pleasure to have you, Odilon. At your service. That said, try anything and you'll be out the door faster than you can blink. Understood. Good. Now, if I may, I would like to offer my first instruction. And what would that be? You will need to make a formal proclamation of your succession. There are so many among your people who do not know who you are. Thus, you must declare yourself the rightful heir, the lost son of Lord Barnier's predecessor. You must assume a new name. Say again? The name by which you were born before is but a veil behind which you guarded your noble identity. And the time has come now for you to reclaim your true self. Oh, hold on a second. I'm not... Yes, I am aware of your lineage. Okay, then what name do you suppose I should take? You shall assume his name, Jean-Francois Barnier. Is this some kind of sick joke? You're insane if you think I'm taking on that psychopathic killer's name. Why on this green earth would I ever want to call myself after the man I dethroned? Among the nobility, names are oft passed on, from father to son, from brother to brother. But why his name? A name associated with fear and tyranny. Are you trying to hobble me before I take my first step? You will remove the stain his deeds have left upon the name. Lord Barnier killed his father, brothers, and all their families in attendance, as Ginevra likely told you. Why do you suppose he killed them? Are you mocking me, old man? He killed them because he was a damned madman. Lord Barnier was not the rightful heir. Excuse me? He was merely a stand-in, to be disposed of and quietly replaced when came the time. However, he grew voracious for power, fixated on becoming the Lord himself. So he killed everyone who stood in his way, both the Barnier family and the attendants who knew the truth. Though he failed to realize that the Lord had sired another son. You, the rightful inheritor of the Jean-Francois Barnier name. So that's our story, huh? I'm not the fake. He was. When the truth is revealed, the people will be enraptured, and crucially, the damage to the Barnier family name will be minimized. After all, the Barniers were but victims of the charlatan's avarice. As you are to take on the Barnier family name, it is to your benefit that the reputation you inherit is as unblemished as possible. Furthermore, you have nothing to gain from keeping your present name. No longer are you the man you were in the slums. You must become a new man entirely. Enough. I need time to think. Stay. Give me just one. I cannot. It is a matter of the utmost importance. You must act swiftly, for the opportunity will pass and the tides turn against you anon. The people are on your side for now. However, should you fail to expeditiously demonstrate that for you... what? Oh, no, I read that wrong. However, should you fail to expeditiously demonstrate that you, as their new lord, are likewise on their side, you will find yourself with more than counts upon your doorstep. You must decide now. Sir. Alright. I'll swallow my pride. I knew there would need to be some changes before I embarked on this road. So this isn't unexpected. It's moving quicker than I was prepared for. A wise decision. Now, before we move on to the next order of business, I must ask, are you physically well enough to remain on your feet for a short while longer? You will need to stand before your people and make a speech. Nevertheless, it is evident that you are wounded from your battle. And 'twould reflected poorly on your accomplishments were you to collapse during your first appearance. I'll be fine. I can hold myself up long enough to make a speech. Youth. What a wonderful thing. You must be sure to get your rest once you have finished. I will arrange for the best doctor to come examine you. Appreciated. Now then, let us be off. You need merely repeat after me.
Hey, did you hear the new Lord's speech? Barnier was a fraud this entire time. What? No way! God, I should have skipped work and gone up to the manor to see it. You still got a chance. Go down to the square. The town's criers spreading the word of the whole thing. Did you hear that? The new lord led the charge on the revolution, and he was the real Jean-Francois Barnier. I heard. I was there for his speech. He's so young. And easy on the eyes, to boot. They say he spent years living in the slums hiding his true identity. That must have been so difficult for him. At long last, we're free from our suffering! Free from the terror of Lord Barnier! Cheers for the new lord! Oh, give me a break. You're no damn lord.
How goes it, Maria? You look like you ain't sleeping weeks. Where's your smile, girl? Today's the day for celebrating.
Go fuck yourself.
What?
You're the one who pushed him into this!
Huh? What are you getting pissy about?
You pressured him into this dumbass revolution. Into becoming the fucking lord.
Whoa, that ain't what happened at all. Jacopo's the one who proposed the whole thing.
Bullshit! He was trying to talk sense into you at the Midsummer Festival.
For the love of Cripes, what crawled up your ass and died? The batshit's asshole's gone, and now we got someone on our side in power. What's there to complain about?
Is there anything in that meathead of yours?
What was that?
You do realize he can never come back now, right? He's a lord. He's gone and he's gone for good. Up there in that manor all by himself. And you dragged him up to the top of that hill and left him there.
I get that you want someone to take this out on, but Jacopo's also the one who proposed becoming the lord.
No.
I didn't push a damn thing on him. He didn't show up one day with... He showed up one day with a ring bearing the Barnier family crest, and told everyone he was royalty and had a name and had a claim to the throne.
This is insane.
It was his words that sparked the revolution.
There's no way. Jacopo is royalty? You need to get a better sense of humor.
My thoughts exactly at first too, but then I saw the crest on the ring. It's a real deal. Did you miss the whole part when he put on the ring in front of everyone before we stormed the manor? This whole spiel about being the heir? That was pretty damn convincing if I do say so myself.
You seriously think I was there for some stupid pep talk?
Ain't you his friend? I feel like a friend should be rooting for his success, you know? That's what I'm doing. I can say that much. Anyway, I got a hot date with a couple of kegs, so I'm out of here. Unless you want to come with. We're gonna be partying all night long.
Like hell I'm coming.
Just thought I'd ask. Try not to look so sour all the time, okay? You're much prettier when you're smiling.
Choke on a dick, asshole.
Duly noted. Later.
Can't root for him because he's my friend. I know better than anyone that he isn't over his head. All I can do is pray for you, Jacopo. Pray that you'll always be the Jacopo we know. But this won't change you. We're still friends, right? Even if we're worlds apart now.
Oh. After giving me enough time to recover, Odilon quickly got to work instructing me in everything I needed to know to be a lord. My first priority was to revitalize the city, cleaning up the mess my predecessor had left it in. As much as I wanted to ensure that everyone had food and water, it simply wasn't possible to make it happen overnight. We would need to significantly expand our farmland, build additional granaries, repair existing irrigational canals, not to mention crack down on crime and disorder. There was so much to do, it was almost dizzying. The last thing I had time to do was whine. That said, none of it could happen with a snap of the fingers. It would take time and manpower, which meant we would have to use existing stores in the meantime. Ask the people, particularly among the upper class, to relinquish ownership of their stockpiles for me to redistribute among the population. That would allow everyone to make it through the transitional period, I figured. Naturally, though, not everyone was happy with the arrangement. But the cries of dissatisfaction were drowned out by cheers of support when I explained that it was for everyone's sake, that we would need to band together to carry the whole city through what would be a rocky transition. As I was patting myself on the back for a job well done, Odilon shook his head and said, "We'll hold a year at most. We have enough stores to last at least 3 years, though. 2 if we wanted to be extra safe. They will set your manor ablaze long before the stores run dry." Excuse me? Why would they? I'm obviously doing everything in my power to revitalize the city, and I was the one who freed them from the claws of the tyrant. People only see the results. Though they accept your promises of improvement now, if, in a year's time, they do not see those words bear fruit, their trust in you will wither away. That you came from the slums is viewed now as a heroic rise to power, but your past will soon be turned against you, used to legitimize you. You must produce for them tangible results. God, I knew this wouldn't be easy, but still, it boils my blood to think my predecessor sat around on his ass all day. Did he even accomplish anything in his entire time as a lord? I can think of only one true positive effect of his resume: his support for the arts. His what? Surely you have seen the numerous pieces of art adorning his manor's walls. He would often treat himself with works from the finest artisans in the land. Oh, you mean all those paintings and vases and fancy drapes? Bunch of worthless junk, every last bit of it. None of it will do anything to fill the people's empty stomachs. It would seem you understand not the value of art. Well, I did grow up in the slums. Do you know what purpose art serves? To make you feel better? It's nice to have around, but not much more than that. Bribes, my boy. Those who hunger for power similarly hunger for ways to flaunt it, and the singularity of a piece of art fills that role. Some have a genuine appreciation for art, others merely use it as a tool. But nonetheless... Whoa! What the hell? What the hell? My lord. But nonetheless, skilled craftsmen, artists, and their work naturally gravitate toward those of power. Twould be wise for you to consider dressing somewhat less pedestrian soon. Now, we should be able to put the former lord's possessions to good use in helping you build up valuable relationships. You mean start handing out bribes? Indeed, but remember, they are negotiation tools. You must use them where they provide you the greatest returns. Negotiation, huh? Alright, I think I see what you're getting at. If I want to revitalize the city in a year, I'm going to need help from my good neighbors. In exchange for provisions and workers, I offer the various counts pieces from Barney's collection. Sound about right? Precisely. My, you are much cleverer than I would expect of a man from the slums. Now, if only you would become accustomed to this manner of thinking, you could become a fine leader in short order. I appreciate the concern, old man. I will dispatch messengers and arrange meetings with the counts so we can begin anon. And I hope I do not have to remind you, but you will need to be very careful with your words, Lord Barnier. Yeah, I know. You seem quite tired, Lord Barnier. You think? Every day I have to go meet with someone new, and I spend all my travel time learning how to read and write. It's enough to exhaust anyone. Tis necessary nonetheless. Illiteracy will only... Yes, I know. You said I look tired, and I'm telling you why that is. I never said I had a problem with it. I overstepped. My apologies. Your diligence has been invaluable in learning the Count's favor. In earning the Count's favor, Lord Barnier. I think quite fondly of you. Is that so? Because that's certainly not the impression I'm getting. They put on a facade of friendliness, but beneath the surface, they're all laughing, trying to figure out how to best use me, or just outright scoffing. Not a one of them sincerely trusts me. I'm just a pawn to them. We are all pieces on one another's boards. What's that supposed to mean? It would be most prudent to consider that unqualified friendship simply does not exist in high society. All interpersonal relationships are built upon a foundation of mutual benefit, save for exceedingly rare short-lived exceptions. Nonetheless, you should not consider being used as a bad thing. We all climb atop each other's boards, offering ourselves up as a powerful piece. And so do they offer themselves to us. Should you wish to survive in high society, you must always ensure your peers see you as a piece worth playing. That would mean you're putting yourself out there as well, old man. Indeed. I am your pawn, Lord Barnier. I offer myself to you, and in your using me, I gain this position as consul to the Lord. 'Tis a far more practical and reliable system than one founded on something so uncertain as emotion, would you not say? Which is to say, I'm a pawn to him as much as he is to me. I suppose so. Then I too will have to ensure I remain useful, lest I be swept aside and another Barnier brought in to take my place. Sharp words, my lord. But worry not, for I have no qualms with your performance at present. Now, Lord Barnier, we must discuss your next... hold on a sec, would you? Yes, sir? Do you mind not calling me Lord Barnier in private? I can understand why you want to keep up the charade, even when no one's looking. But frankly, I'm just not comfortable with it. Very well. Then my lord it shall be. Can't say I'm surprised you won't use my real name, but still. Yeah, that'll do. Thank you. Not at all. Now back to business, my lord. It took long enough, but we're finally starting to see some real progress. Who knew negotiation was so much work? You should be proud of your accomplishments, my lord. 'Tis hardly an easy feat to amass that much manpower and resources in only 6 months. Doing better than expected, huh? How's public opinion going? Reports should be coming in by now, I assume. Some dissatisfaction, but numbers are within expectations. Dissatisfied? With what? I spent every waking moment these past 6 months working my ass off to revitalize the city, and people aren't happy with that? They should be jumping with joy. My lord, you must understand that it is impossible to satisfy everyone. A degree of discontent is to be expected. Even so, it should be blindly obvious how much better I'm doing than that previous basket of rainbows and kittens. All is forgotten on the gentle ebb and flow of time. Past injustices matter little in the face of the present. It hasn't even been a year! The people do not genuinely care about you, nor will they ever. They may sing your praises one day and forget about you the next. I believe we have been through this before. Surely there's someone out there who gets it. That is wishful thinking, my lord. You could work yourself to your very bones, and the people would merely see you as fulfilling your duty. You must not seek their approval. More will be expected of you, and more will you be the subject of undeserved resentment, for the simple reason that you exist in a position of power. Only those in a similar position can understand your hardships. Ultimately, then you have 2 choices. Either dedicate yourself in service of your people, or mercilessly exploit them like your predecessor. I won't follow in that bastard's footsteps. I pray your heart remains true, that you remain a wise and caring lord. Damn it. So what specifically aren't people happy about? The foremost is food shortages. This was anticipated, and all we can do is ask them to persevere. The second comes from the upper class. Go on. They are quite naturally displeased about being made to surrender their stockpiles. It would be prudent to offer them remuneration in the near future. They're doing well enough for themselves already, my lord. I know, just letting off some steam. So I get to go butter up all the rich men in town. Wonderful. The whole idea was to help the less well-off, yet here I am. I understand that you are not pleased about this, my lord, but do remember you have more to fear from a few of the upper class banding together than the entirety of the slums. For they wield a most troublesome weapon, an upper class upbringing. They know precisely who to tell, and what to tell about you to tarnish your reputation in the blink of an eye. And do not placate yourself by thinking the common man will see through the attempts to undermine you. Even if they did, an unlikely supposition, they could do nothing to counter it. They are powerless. But it was the people at the bottom who pulled most of the weight organizing and executing the revolution. It was an exceptional set of circumstances that allowed the revolution to take place as it did, not the least of which was the Lord's status as unequivocally evil in the eyes of the people. You will not find them all agreeing on anything so readily now. Alright, I get it. The point is, I gotta win over all the rich people or my whole operation's going to come to a grinding halt, right? So as much as it rubs me the wrong way, I'll do what I have to do. Wise decision, my lord. Is that the last of the complaints? No. The influx of immigrants has caused an increase in general unrest. Of course it has. I bring them in to help with the restoration effort, and they go and cause their own new set of problems. It's like I'm chasing my tail here. As long as there are people under your authority, never will you be completely free of strife. You're telling me. So would increasing the guards' presence in the city help keep the peace? Most of those with the training necessary are already deployed, meaning you would need to have new guards trained from the ground up. You have to mobilize them where they are most needed. In other words, tighten your grip on the slums. So now I've got to take away their freedom. I know you have a personal attachment to that area, my lord, but you must cast that aside. No longer are you the man you once were. The slums should have never been allowed to fall into such lawlessness in the first place. You will merely be restoring it to its proper state. If you truly wish to bring prosperity to this land, you must eventually scale down and then eliminate the slums. But if I get rid of the slums, I'll be getting rid of their home. My lord. I know. I understand what you're getting at, and I understand that everything you're saying is perfectly logical. Can we hold off on that for a bit? A bunch of guys down there formed this peacekeeper group to, keep the peace. They'll gladly help out if we could talk to him, I'm sure. We can scale up our patrols, but no stepping on their toes. Got it? As you command, my lord. Oh, Stinky Man time! What have you been Stinky Man for? I'm putting Remy back. Oh, he wants to sit on the chair when... This dude. Remy, sleep on the bed. Sleep on the bed. Go back to Stinky! You couple, put your titties back out! Let him breathe! Hard to believe it's been a whole year. It feels like I only just started yesterday, yet also like I've been doing this forever. You're looking somewhat worse for wear, my lord. Do I? Who am I kidding? You're right. On the other hand, you don't look like you've even lost an hour of sleep this entire year. Goes to show how inexperienced I really am. While it is true that I have been in this position for many years, I also do not bear nearly as much responsibility as you. I merely stand in the background and offer you small pieces of advice. All the while, you face the crowds directly, negotiate with counts, make dozens of difficult decisions. If there is one thing I have learned in all my years, it is that I could never begin to imagine the weight a ruler must carry. Never mind one who has never raised to take the throne and thrust themselves into the labyrinth of politics and high society. It would be a greater surprise if the trials had not taken their toll. That reminds me, Barney was a lord for a full decade before we took him out, wasn't he? And as I recall, he wasn't much of a despot early on.
Despot.
Yes. He wasn't much of a despot early on. Just 1 year has taken this much out of me. How much longer before I'm no longer able to act like a reasonable human being? No, don't think like Jacopo. Actually, forget it. What matters is that we seem to be doing a good job minimizing discontent. Indeed, you have successfully made it through the first year. The city is decidedly more presentable than it was when you took the throne. There are precious few who could replicate your accomplishments in such short time, my lord. You would do well to take pride in your work. Pushing to do everything so quickly has taken its toll. The people are worn thin. Slaves are dying by the droves. I still have a ways to go before there's anything I can be proud of. Slaves are the tools of progress, my lord. Tools do not last forever and must be replaced regularly. And you can't build a house with your bare hands, I get it. You learn quickly. Not even a year ago, I would have been up in arms about the number of slaves dying, but now they're just numbers to me. Apparently my worldview has changed quite a bit. It is about time we started considering our next step. Meaning? Meaning your efforts thus far have merely been toward repairing the damage caused by your predecessor. You make it sound like all this has just been a warm-up. My apologies. I did not mean to discount your great efforts, my lord. I was simply speaking of the grander scheme. Yeah, I got that. You want to settle on a direction for how to grow the city, right? Indeed. The status quo is vastly inadequate for bringing prosperity to this land. And there is no saying when the surrounding territories may cease being so friendly, and set their eyes upon conquering us. But of course, you cannot keep your eyes trained outward in fear of attack and allow the land to devour itself from the inside either. So what you're saying is a balancing act. Precisely. So, what kind of advancements do I want to pursue? There's something that's been on my mind. This land is ill-suited to growing crops. When I lived down in the slums, I had no perspective and figured that what we produced here was no different than anywhere else. But now I know better. The grapes used for our wine are miserable compared to what I've been served elsewhere, as is nearly everything else we grow. I can only assume the land itself is to blame. Oh, the wine from the south is indeed exceptional. You quite nearly gave me a heart attack when you leapt from your chair in the middle of a meeting, shouting, "This is nothing like the wine from home." Enough! That never happened. It was my first time tasting anything like that. Like it, alright? Anyone would have had the same reaction. You have grown much, but nevertheless, you are still quite green. God, I really need to watch myself around this man. In any case, it would be ideal we could begin producing higher quality grapes, not necessarily to compete with the South, but enough to be serviceable. Efforts to improve our farmland are underway, although it could take some time before we see the progress. Have you any propositions, my lord? Actually, I was thinking it might be best to cut back on agriculture. Do elaborate. What if we were to build the city up into a trade hub of sorts? Meaning, you wish to open our gates to our neighbors? Exactly. One thing the city has going for it is its wealth of artisans. But for years we've only ever exported our goods. I want to bring people here to purchase. We've reduced taxes for merchants and give them special privileges. set tariffs and border taxes lower than they are in the capital, and business will naturally find its way here. This land may be less than optimal for farming, but it's more than adequate for trade. We're in a convenient location to serve as a hub for the surrounding realms. Rather than close our borders and wall ourselves off entirely, opening up and making ourselves a valley to our neighbors is far more likely to dissuade potential invasion. We're all pieces on one another's boards, isn't that right? Who says that can apply to the entire city? The best way to expand without stepping on anyone's toes is to do so in a way that benefits them as well as us. What do you think? A rather aggressive strategy you propose, my lord. I may be so bold, there will be many obstacles to this plan's success. You will need to arrange meetings with the head of each realm you intend to invite, the order and timing of which will be crucial to its success. Furthermore, the influx of outsiders will be a source of much tension among your people. So you think I'm aiming too high? You are indeed aiming exceedingly high. Your obstacles will be numerous and precipitous. Nonetheless, obstacles can be overcome. Your exhaustion is nothing compared to the weariness that awaits you down this path. Do be well aware of this, my lord. You're damn right I am. I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna go all in. This song. The Lord's Manor sat atop a tall hill. Gazing out, the city stretched before me. Countless columns of smoke rising from the buildings, the people scurrying about like so many ants. From up here, I had the perfect view of the bustle of the city, but I was too far away to feel the life breathing through it. To think I used to be one of those tiny little specks. Thousands of people lived there. They had families, jobs, friends, hobbies. But as much as I was cognizant of that fact, I no longer grasped it on anything more than a conceptual level. Conceptual level. It was incredible just how much my view of the world had changed in merely a year's time. I'm going to go out into the world, I said. I thought that clawing my way to the top of the ladder would let me see it, would let me experience it. That with power, I could have the whole world at my fingertips. But reality wasn't so simple. This sure isn't what I was looking for. Oh, I feel like the chain's just gotten tighter around my neck. There's no way to truly grasp the view from this height without climbing up and seeing it for yourself. That was exactly where I was a year ago, blind to the reality of life in the upper echelons, fantasizing about a world that didn't exist. Unlike the me of the past, I did have the satisfaction of feeling like I was accomplishing big things. But was that really worth cutting myself off from all my friends? Did those achievements really justify a bloody revolution? Or, I suppose I should ask, was this work valuable enough to me to justify it all? Reminiscing about days long gone wasn't going to help anything, and, in fact, it only served to cause me pain. I couldn't return to that time. This was where my quest for power had brought me, and now I had to live out my days as lord of this land, telling myself day after day that it was far better than being a powerless slum rat. God, I've been so busy these past few weeks. My eyes are... Throwback, huh? One day I'll show you the world. Do you ever get tired of saying that? You gotta think big. Dream. The world's changing all around us. A life just fighting to make it by day to day is hardly a life at all. I don't want to spend the rest of my days confined to this tiny little corner of the world. Well, try not to let your dreams grow so big they crush you. I'm sure I'll be fine. I'll just have you sing for me if it ever gets to be overwhelming. Why would I be there? Why wouldn't you? It's hard to show you the world if I don't bring you with me. Knowing you still won't know where you want to go. So I'll bring you with me. We can find a place for you together. Pretty good deal, huh? I don't need to see the world. All I want is... Will we ever know what she says there? Dozed off for a second there. It feels like those days were an eternity ago. I don't need to see the world at all. All I want is... All you want is what, Morgana? What were you trying to tell me? Man, it feels like a whole different place here now. You think? Looks like the same old nasty dump it's always been. You're talking about the whole city, adult. Exactly. Things are on the top. Things are on the up and up in the city proper, but we ain't seeing a scrap of it down here. What the heck's up with that? All the new shops are spilling out past the city border. The highway into town's turned into a full-blown bazaar. Ooh, sounds nice. Is there anything in that damn head of yours? We're saying, how come we're still living like rats if they got enough spare coin to build all that market space? Hell, with all these damn immigrants coming in, the slums are an even bigger shithole than before. You know, I never thought much of it till now, but you're right. The gang's been a lot busier lately with all the drifters. And Jacopo, Lord Barnier, ain't showed his mug down here even once since he took over. What's that? A weird noise outside. I mean, I get that the Bloody Lord can't spend all day hanging out in the slums, but he could at least visit. Instead, he's spending all his time buddying up with the rich folks. And we used to be such good friends, too. Wonder if he's planning to just not bother with us at all. I hope not, but that's sure what it's looking like. You'd think he'd at least throw us a bone rather than letting the merchants and upper class take coin baths in his coffers. Guess when he became one of them, he became just like him too. Feels like we're in the exact same place we were a year ago. He's no different than the old Barnier. Oh. He's trying. He's lost sight. God. Oh, it's you. So you find anything? So you find anything? Yep. Got the proof you was looking for. But if you'd be so kind as to never give me a job like this again, I'd be hanging thrice over if the nobles found out I was sniffing around in their business. Oh, quit being such a bitch. You didn't steal nothing or kill anyone. You're fine. A man's secrets can sometimes be worth more than his life. But on to business. Your suspicions were correct. Well, fuck me sideways. Here's your pay. Take it and piss off. Nice doing business. Hey, hold up now. I risked me neck to get that for you, and this is all I get in return? Got a problem with that, you little bitch? No, sir. Don't you worry. You'll get your fare due shortly. Oh. Yeah. These construction costs are really starting to pile up. Can we put the manor repairs off until we've taken care of more pressing matters? Like using that money to help the poor? The Lord and his residents are the face of this land. If you wish for the city to continue thriving upon the fruits of your relationships with the surrounding realms, you must maintain a minimum level of respectability, my lord. Merchants in particular are merciless judges of appearance. Of this you can be certain. No respectable merchant will do business on equal terms with a city whose lord refuses to take care of his own home. Get that, but still, it's so much money. These are necessary expenses. To acquire the resources required to aid To acquire the resources required to aid the lower class, we must increase the rate of production. Efforts must begin at the top and gradually work down. You must not be in such a great rush, my lord. The work you are performing is on a much larger, longer scale than perhaps that of which you are accustomed. You have a point. And let the construction continue. I'm definitely coming to see just how crucial a bit of embellishment can be to surviving in high society. Every engagement is like throwing myself into a lion's den. everyone surrounding me, measuring me up. They questioned my pedigree, some with their eyes, some with their mouths. Some even attempt to dig up dirt on me in order to tilt the scales in their favor. Oh yeah, there was that one time when I was straight up shouted at right to my face. You're no more damn noble than any of those other rats whose nest you crawled out of, if I recall. Not that he was wrong. I took the throne by force. It's only natural that people are going to have their suspicions, and I came from the slums is just the icing on the cake. I'm damn lucky if condescension is the worst treatment I get on a first encounter. And then there are the distant relatives Barney lets slip through the cracks, slithering back up to assert their right to the land. There are a lot more people out to get me than I first anticipated. Do remain strong, my lord. I will always be strong. If I so much as let these wolves smell weakness, they'll pounce all over me. Like hell, I'm going to let that happen. I won't have time to work on helping the poor if I have to spend my days fending off packs of bloodthirsty nobles. I must always appear strong under any circumstances. I, of all people, should know just how easily a lord can be dethroned, and I'll be the next if I leave even the slightest opening. Whoa, didn't have to flash that, jeez! I have to do whatever it takes to make sure that's not my future. Perhaps you should get some rest, my lord. Excuse me? Are you insane? I have to review the construction budget so that... Allow me to handle that. I will get you something to drink. Perhaps a glass of that southern wine you are so fond of? It is quite sweet. Perfect for alleviating built-up fatigue. I'm not fatigued. Come now. Please take this request from an overly concerned consul, my lord. Fine. Win. It's hard to believe it's only been a year and a half. I feel like we go way back. We do see each other every day after all. I'm starting to crave some variety, to be honest. Never found a good opportunity to ask you this, but... Yes? Do you have any family? Because if you do, you're more than welcome to have them live here. I appreciate your concern, my lord, but they have all passed away. All of them? Indeed. My entire family was eradicated at the previous lord's order. Once, and only once, I offered him my humble opinion. So infuriated was he by my insolence that he had my family murdered. I would have much preferred myself killed in their stead. But he was a man who reveled in others' suffering. And you just kept on serving him? That is correct. I acted as his loyal servant, too afraid to speak up again. Acted? Recall what I said when we first met. I was sitting in wait for the perfect opportunity. Now you understand why. Well, damn. And if I may come clean about that time, I had every intention of disposing of the revolution's puppet master. Never once did I trust Ginevra. Her foolish motives were plain as day. As a new lord's mother, she planned to control her planted usurper from the shadows, acting as the effective governor of the land. Having no family left myself, the city and its people are alike my children, so I refused to stand by and allow her to turn them into tools to satisfy her own avarice. The land would hardly survive a tyrant sweeping in to replace a tyrant. But she was removed from the board by the former lord before she had a chance to see her aspirations to fruition. Knowing she was no longer a danger, I decided I would wait and see how the successor fared before taking any further action, to determine if you were sufficient to serve as lord of this land. And I guess I passed, huh? Are you not upset, my lord? Nothing to be upset about. You never hid the fact that you acted in your own interests. That if a piece had no value to you, you discarded it. And I always knew there was more than what you were telling me. Just say, I'm relieved to still be standing here. If only you knew how close you were to falling on the other side of that line. Am I really that on edge? After all the work I've put into this? While you do have a rare aptitude and strength of spirit, you are so much too easily swayed by your emotions. Ergo, I shall continue to instruct you until you are able to fully satisfy my expectations. Just rather curious. So oft do we speak, so great our time together. I have come to think of you as my second son. Don't get all mushy on me, old man. We're not friends and we're not family. I'm a pawn on your board and you a pawn on mine. Strictly business. My apologies. I never said a word. Right. Never happened. Moving right along. You just keep doing what you do best. Your service, my lord. Out of curiosity, do you have any free hands around capable of riding a horse? For what purpose? There's someone I want found. Whoever it may be you wish to find, my lord, I am obliged to remind you that. You don't even have to finish that, I know. I'm supposed to leave the past in the past. Let us see then. Your men have their hands rather full at present, though we can perhaps arrange for one of them to be reassigned. Are you sure? Just a small request, and not once in your entire tenure have you requested to use your men for personal matters. I believe we can spare a hand or two on such rare occasions. Much appreciated. Shall I arrange for them to set off immediately? Please. I'm looking for a girl. If she's alive, she'll look around 13 or 14. And she has unusual markings on her face. Markings akin to burn scars? Barney once imprisoned her in this manner. He used her as a prop for his banquets, cutting her up from head to toe. My guess is that the patches on her face are a result of Barney's abuse. Indeed, I know the girl. I presume she had not survived the slave revolt. I take it you care quite deeply about this girl, my lord. Then allow me to offer my sincerest apologies in his stead. No need to apologize. Will you help me find her, Odilon? I'll oversee the search operation personally to the best of my ability, my lord. I pray the girl is still alive. As do I. Unlikely as it may be. I'm just chasing after a sliver of a dream that shattered long ago. That said, if you do find her alive, bring her here without telling her it's at the Lord's order. She'll likely assume it's the old Barnier who's after her if you say anything. And if she happens to have found a new home where she's happy, just leave her be. Understood.
She kind of was, but although the witch was the same person. Wow.
Time drifted slowly onward. As I'd anticipated, there was no news regarding her whereabouts, but new shops and stalls continued opening in the city, with them coming a steady flow of travelers and passing merchants. And as traffic through the city increased, so too did the number of people seeking an audience with me. I was getting busier by the day. My plans to attract merchants and artisans from the capital had worked, and every one of them seemed to have a bigger, more ambitious proposition than the last. My days became a cycle of meetings, reviewing propositions, balancing the budget, and deciding whether to proceed or postpone. And amidst all the tumult. My thoughts drifted ever further from the poorest of my people. And that's the last of this day's meetings. There's no end in sight to this. That is a good thing, my lord. It means you have succeeded in drawing traffic to the city. I guess, but still. I need to go back and review all these proposals, so... Lord Barnier, a moment! I don't have a moment to spare. A townsperson requests an audience with the Lord. You have been instructed to deny entry to commoners. I tried, but he refuses to leave the gate. Hold on. What's this man's name? Sir, he calls himself Gratian. Whoa! Gratian! Oh, he's gonna kill him. Oh shit, is it really him? Let him in, by all means. My lord, you mustn't give anyone special treatment. Gratian's not just anyone. We've been to hell and back together. He wouldn't be here if it wasn't important. I should hear what he has to say. No, my lord, you cannot. Your past is... He's a good friend. I'm not sending him away. That's not even on the table. Friend or not, you mustn't give him an audience. You are the lord now, and he a mere peasant. You cannot be certain he will hold himself with proper decorum. I don't appreciate what you're implying about my friend, old man. He's no goddamn brute. Oh, he kinda is. I imply nothing, my lord. Keep your counsel to topics you actually know something about. I'm not going to stand by and listen to anyone insult my friends. Not even you. My lord, must I remind you yet again to keep your temper in check? That's enough out of you. I'm done. Not another word on this subject. My lord. Hey guard, open the gate. Yes, sir. What's up, Jacopo? It's been ages. It feels like forever. How have you been doing? Never been better. How about you, kid? Oh, bad. You must be doing horrible, Gratian. Come on. Show proper respect to your lord, peasant. You are to refer to him as Lord Barnier, not as false names he may have responded to while in hiding. Seriously? You ain't gonna let him kick back even for a buddy? Enough, hold on. You can call me by my old name. But, my lord, said I've heard enough from you. Well, look at you, taking charge and barking orders all important like. You're like a whole new man, my lord. Please, you can use my name. Dead serious though. Hard to believe it ain't even been 2 years. I seriously look like a whole new man. You think so? I don't feel like I've changed all that much myself. I don't know, you just, what's the word? Emanate lordliness now. Guess it don't take long in the noble's den to turn into one of them, no matter how far down the chain you come from. Look at this room! Look at all these fancy fucking furnishings! None of this is old Barnier stuff, is it? No. With all the meetings I've been having, I needed to make sure I had a room that was nice and presentable. Well, that's one way to put it. Hey, don't think I'm just throwing around money for the fun of it. If I want any pull in a negotiation, I need to look like I have... No need to explain yourself, kid. I totally get it. It ain't easy dealing with a bunch of rich folks with sticks up their asses. I appreciate it. Anyway, what brings you here today? Well, bud, do I need a reason to visit a friend? Can a guy just want to hang out and catch up? Come on. I never said that. I'm just extremely busy at the moment. I don't have much time to spare for anyone. Come on, don't be such a tight ass. That's exactly why I'm here. To make sure you don't get that stick up there so deep it punctures your brain. You gotta let loose sometimes. I suppose. Thank you for your concern. So let's get sloshed, just like the old days. I even brought the booze. I wish I could, but I don't have the time. No trick of merchants and rich snobs, but not me. That stings, kid. Right to the gut. I see you're as pushy as ever. Alright, fine. One drink, in the back room. Haha, that's what I'm talking about. Oh no, it's probably poison. My lord. It'll be fine, Olan. We go back years. There's nothing wrong with a couple friends sharing drinks after hours. If you insist, my lord, but the peasant must leave his blade behind. I will not under any circumstances allow you to be alone with an armed slum dweller. Yeesh, everyone here needs to loosen up, huh? You seriously think I'm gonna pull a sword on an old pal? Humor me. Whatever, fine, you win, old-timer. Happy now? Yes. Sorry about that, Gratian. Odilon's always on edge. It's nothing personal. Nah, it's cool. Can't say I blame him. Now let's go get trashed. I don't feel good about Something right. Something right. Knowing some context from 2 years later after this point, I don't think this will go well. I brought a little something from the pub we used to haunt. Bet you usually drink way better shit than this now that you're the freaking lord. But it'll be like old times, you know? This reminds me of the time we had that drinking contest. You wanna go another round? I'll have to refrain. Odalon would murder me if I did that. Sound like the geezers got you by the balls, huh? No fun allowed up here in the whole— Wow, I can't— No fun allowed up here in the Lord's house. It can be rather suffocating, yeah. Well, you can at least let loose today. To old times, kid. To old times. Now, this is a sight I never dreamed of. The two of us here in the Lord's Manor, drinking together. We were both slaves when we met, for God's sake. Haha, no fucking joke. You never know what life will bring ya. Been almost 5 years since then. You weren't even 20 yet. I expect we've both grown quite a bit since those days. Or are you still running around like a wild boar even now? Hard to say. I don't think I'm as bad as I used to be, but getting into shit kinda comes with the territory, you know? And the slums are still the same as ever. I see. So how's everyone doing down there? We're scraping by as usual. The rest of the gang? And Maria? Guys are still lazing around at the pub all day. Maria's rebuilt the brothel, and she's getting by as best as she can. Obviously not in the same place, and it's smaller than the old one. But for a chick, she's doing alright for herself. I'm glad to hear it. So tell me, kid, you and her totally had a thing, yeah? Where on earth did that come from? I believe I already told you, no we didn't. It seems like she's about 10 times more worried about you than anyone else. Must have been something. Don't make sense otherwise. Maybe she just had a thing for you and you never saw it. Poor girl. There were no romantic feelings on either side. We were friends. Simple as that. Nothing more, nothing less. Have you seen those honkers? What does that have to do with anything? Just don't make sense to me. How can a guy only be friends with a chick? It just means we value certain things in life differently. You know, I like to do that sometimes, get all weirdly noble like that. Hey, I didn't mean that as a jab. It has nothing to do with being noble. We're just special. We've known each other most of our lives, and we survived hell together. Oh yeah, you mentioned that before, didn't you? How you two known each other longer than anyone else. What was it like back then for the two of you? Before I met her, Maria was raised in an orphanage. She said she ran off because she and the director didn't get along. Can't say I'm surprised. How about you? I hardly remember anything from before I came to this city. Just bits and pieces of what my mother told me. Being guarded by a bunch of men, being kidnapped by bandits. You mean that noblewoman? Real shame you had to lose her so soon after reuniting, huh? Indeed it is. Don't you think it's about time you cut the shit? Oh fuck. Excuse me? You're not a Barnier. You didn't inherit the throne. You're just a damn fraud. Ain't that right, Jacopo? What are you talking— Finally starting to kick in, looks like. God, you got any idea how hard it was not to throw you through that entire conversation? What? No. Almost out of nowhere, my heart rate skyrocketed and my legs started trembling so violently I had to lean against the wall to support myself. The whole world started swirling, and I could just barely make out my old friend glaring at me through the fog. I like that. Feels like your heart's about to burst, don't it? Don't you worry, kid. You won't be feeling nothing soon. You poisoned the drinks? Why would you? Why? You seriously need me to spell it out for you? You've been stuffing your head with fucking rainbows up here. You wanna know what they call you down the slums? Jacopo the betrayer. I did not betray. You take one goddamn look at the city and tell me that again. While you're up here trading everyone with a cart and some trinkets to sell like fucking royalty, the slums is still the same rat's nest you left it. No, we're even worse off now. with your new marketplace. Anyone can turn a little bit of money into a big old pile of gold. But if you got nothing to begin with, you're just dead in the streets. All you're doing is making the rich even richer. No, I'm trying. I wanted to explain how I had everything planned out. I first needed to improve the economy as a whole before I could turn my attention to the less well-off. That nothing changing was proof I was protecting them. That the slums had been in danger of being eradicated entirely, and I had stopped it. But I could see in his eyes that nothing I said would convince him. As far as he was concerned, I was pure evil. You're not the man you used to be. Atian, why? I thought you believed in me. You're damn right I did. And then you went and fed us a bunch of lies. You called yourself the rightful heir. You called yourself a Barnier. But I did my digging. You don't got a lick of royal blood in you. All you ever wanted was to line your pockets, you selfish bastard. No, you never had any intention of helping us. Please, hear me out, Gratian. We were all just pawns to you. The whole damn revolution was part of your game. I'm begging you. How does it feel knowing your throne sits on the back of all those people you betrayed? Please. You don't have any right to call yourself the damn lord. Gratian! The goddamn lord. Damn. Hell, you barely have any right to call yourself a fucking man. You're just a rat in fancy clothes. It should have been me. I would have made an infinitely better lord than you ever were. Oh, he really snapped there. If only I had that ring, then it could have been me. So that's what this is all about. In a flash, everything I once felt for this man, all the friendship, the camaraderie, the sympathy, went cold. As much as he tried to dress up this whole farce, that was where his heart truly was. He was just sour about not being the one who got to be the Lord. He believed himself superior. Got himself caught up in this stupid fit of jealousy. And now he's trying to kill me over it? That's seriously all this is? Are you listening to a word you're saying? What was that? You're the one who's not the man he used to be. And you're the one who's being a self-centered bastard. Talk all you want, dead man. The Gratian I knew would never resort to using poison. He'd have drawn his sword the second he passed through those gates, faced me like a man. Look at you. Even Barnier had more of a spine than you. You dare compare me to that sack of shit? Alright, fine, I'll play it your way. He had a knife hidden on him? Oh shit! An instant later, Gratian was brandishing a short blade. He had snuck it under his clothes, I presumed. I was almost amazed at how thoroughly prepared he was. He'd never had any intention of this going any other way. He hadn't come to talk. He was never going to hear me out. He was here to do one thing and one thing only, and I doubted he had any plans for what would come next. Raw hatred was all that fueled him. He wouldn't take my place after killing me. He wouldn't work himself to the bone to ensure that the city kept running. He didn't give a single damn about any of that. You're scum! Won't be taken down by some worthless, self-absorbed rat. Nothing I had ever tried had been enough to best Gratian in combat. That was when I was at my peak. Not worth the myriad needles of his poison prickling my every pore, barely able to stand under my own weight. But still, I had no intention of surrendering my life to this cure. I took in a deep breath, clenched my teeth, shouted at my shaking limbs. Move. Move, move, move! Move, damn you! My fingers, I could feel them again. Before the thought finished passing through my mind, my hand reached for a blade. Grasping the rapier hanging from the wall, I swiftly drew it from its scabbard. It was a decorative blade, not meant for combat. It would probably bounce right off Gratian's muscular chest, but there was one place I could target. Rotten hell, you son of a bitch! Knife in hand, he lunged at me, just moments before death befell me. My vision, blurred by the poison, grew unbelievably clear. Gratian almost appeared to be moving in slow motion. I wasn't sure my mind had ever been so clear, so sharp in battle before. The dying embers of my fading life burned anew into a blazing inferno. Ah! Unlike my fight with Barnier, this one was over in an instant. Before I had time to breathe or even blink, it was settled. And in that same instant,
Everything I had built up with this man turned to dust. I had never once defeated him. For as long as I had known him, I was always number 2. And now, for the very first time, I won. Why did it have to be you and me? The blade of the rapier in my hand skewered Gratian's throat. His mouth flapped open and shut like a fish. He glared at me, face twisted in a mixture of hatred and agony, sputtering fragments of contempt, until the life drained from his eyes. My first victory against my old friend also took his life, and it all happened in the blink of an eye, hardly enough time to even register in my mind. My lord, what was all that commotion? What happened? Breathing. Have you breathing? My lord, please stay with me. Were you poisoned? Someone, is anyone there? Yes, sir. A doctor, as quickly as you can. Aye. My lord. Please, my lord. A doctor will be here shortly. Please stay with me just a little longer. My lord. Madeline. You were right. I was stupid. I should have listened. I thought he was my friend, but he wasn't. Not anymore. Because we had once been friends. That made him my greatest threat. Can't breathe. My blood feels like it's made of magma. My throat burns. My skin, it's like it's being eaten away. What? Who's there? Who's there? Why are you laughing? Answer me. Oh! Oh! Spooky! Ah! Oh, that's not girl cackling, that's nasty rat cackling. Ew! How does it feel, boy? To know it all went exactly as I said it would. How? But that you wouldn't be able to trust anyone. You're dead. The worst is yet to come, boy. Silence! You could work yourself to the marrow of your bones, and still the people would never look beyond the surface. I said enough! Listen, you can hear the scorn in their voices. They're calling you a tyrant, a soulless monster. I know you can hear them. They're not. They say you're no better than me. You're a foolish ruler who cares not for his people. They shout an endless cacophony of discontent. Shut up. Just shut up. I'm nothing like you. Can you, then, remain a virtuous leader, no matter how bitterly your people despise you? Is your love for them truly so resolute? No. The virtue you brandish was never so I can't read! No, the virtue you brandish was never so selfless. Tell me I'm wrong, slum rat. It is not benevolence that drove you to take the throne, but a thirst for power, for prestige. Not another word. Do you know what truly brought you here? You were tired of people looking down on you. You thought you would be treated with respect if you had real power. You wanted it more than anything in the world. Enough already! You dedicating your life in the service of others was never going to last. Allow me to make a prediction. Soon, very soon, you'll find yourself drifting over to my side. You'll stop caring about the people's lives, and for that they will despise you. You'll lose any last bit of sense left in you. Push everyone away until you're all alone, and then you'll succumb completely to Magnus's grip. Stop talking! You don't have what it takes to be the lord of the land.
I said stop talking! Oh, we're joking. The people aren't the only ones who aren't on your side. You have enemies everywhere you look. The nobles don't accept you as one of them. They'll try to drag you off your throne by any means. Your aides and servants will turn on you. And this won't be the last time you writhe in the claws of poison. How do I have you breathe? Again and again and again and again. Never will you stop being the target of others' loathing. Or will you continue to act like some kind of paragon of virtue, never wavering in your faith in others? How long will your benevolence last, in the face of dozens of attempts on your life? Your goddamned mouth! It won't be easy, boy. Because you came from the slums, you'll face even more, even greater threats than I. Silence! I bet that just terrifies you. Drains all the hope from your heart. Well, there's an easy solution. Follow in my footsteps and reign with terror. Stop talking. I've heard enough of your goddamn noise. You're already afflicted with a great curse, boy. A curse known as the Lord of the Land. It's a curse from which you will never be free, and hence, you will never be free from me. Okay, dude, okay. How much you may come to regret taking that throne, you can't give it back now. It's not something you can simply hand off to someone else, nor a duty from which you can simply relieve yourself. That anguish and agony and misery it brings you every day will follow you all the way to your grave. Just stop. God damn it. Keep your babbling to yourself, you damned ghost. Go on and try and make me. Cover my mouth, why don't you? You can't do it, can you? You're too weak to defeat even a mere spirit. Shut the hell up! I know precisely what your future holds, boy. You'll sit upon a throne alone. Not a single person at your side, and not even death shall free you from your eternal solitude. For it is not but an empty shell with which you decorate the throne. Stop talking! Do you hear that, Slumrat? Someone's come for you. The question is, do they act out of genuine concern? Can you be sure the water they gave you is safe to drink? Perhaps they mean to finish you off. If a simple grunt like him could get his hands on poison, how easy do you think it would be for the Lord's Consul to procure a substance hundreds of times more potent? Hell, he wouldn't even have to go through the trouble. You're no more a threat than an insect with its wings torn off. A feeble woman or a crippled slave could plunge a knife into your trembling spine with little effort. Behold, the former mastermind of the revolution. All this suffering, you brought it on yourself by trying to defy your fate. Okay, sneaky man. Okay, sneaky man. Got your laughs. You got your laughs in. I'm hungry. It's almost 12 a.m. Nightmares continued. Again and again and again, they haunted me. Every time I drifted off to sleep, there floated Barnier's severed head, cursing me, mocking me, laughing at me from every direction. And as he said I would, I soon began to hear the people as well, endlessly condemning me, deriding me, berating me. I tried to convince myself it was all in my head, but Gratian's words told me otherwise. 12:30? Yeah. I'm intrigued as well. Go on a little bit further. Did delay a bit anyways. I tried to convince myself it was all in my head, but Gratian's words told me otherwise. All my old companions called me Jacopo the Betrayer, he had said. I wasn't sure how much time had passed. Was it day? Was it night? Was I sane enough to tell the difference? Was I even still alive? I had no idea. It was always the same refrain every time he appeared. You can't trust anyone. Your friends will all eventually betray you, try to drag you off your throne. Your people have no faith in you. Everyone despises you. I couldn't even tell anymore. Were those Barney's words? Or were they coming from the depths of my own mind? All I knew for certain was that there was no escaping them, and that they were slowly eating away at my spirit. My breathing was labored, and my entire body felt like it was on a spit being roasted in the eternal flames of hell. And at other times, I couldn't stop shivering. I felt like I had been tossed into a frozen river. Doctors, guards, Ortolan, I couldn't tell who was who, but there always seemed to be someone standing at my side. The faceless shadows weren't anything but comforting, though. The Barnyard's ghosts constantly reminded me of the threat they posed. I quite certainly wailed like a terrified child. Everyone seemed like a danger. If even Gratien couldn't be trusted. Who was to say the doctors weren't sneaking poison into my medicine? Who was to say Odoline didn't plan to silently remove me? Odoline's been with you for like 2 years, though. I trust this old man. I didn't know who I could trust. Or maybe Barnier was right. I couldn't trust anyone. Still, he cackled. So he cursed right by my ear. There isn't a soul left in this world who won't betray you, he whispered, laughing away. If Odoline does end up betraying, I'll be shocked, though. That's the real stinger. My fever seems to be receding. I can finally move again. Yeah, he doesn't seem to be, though. I hope not. I need at least one person to trust here. God, please. It looks like I survived. Hey, is anyone there? Where are you, Odoline? Anyone? Lord Barnier, I'm so glad to see you're feeling well again. Thanks. We've all been worried sick. Wait, Barnier, don't tell me Odoline's like passed away. I don't fucking know. Lord Barnier? What? Oh, pardon. You just seem, not quite yourself. But after all that's happened, I suppose that shouldn't be a surprise. How long was I out? 3 days, sir? Poison kept you bedridden for 3 full days and nights. That long, huh? And I've got a lot of work to catch up on. Yes, sir. But I implore you to take things easy for these next few days. When do I ever have time for that? Now where's Odoline? I haven't seen him. Go fetch him for me. He's presently... Don't tell me he's not around. Where the hell did that old man get off to? No, he is here. Why is this... What? What is it? Oh, please, Lord Barnier. Try to remain calm. Oh, I'm not calm. Odoline was... Hey, what? Odoline! Oh, no! My lord, is that you? Thank heavens, you are well. Forget about me. What happened? My deepest apologies. I don't want an apology. I want you to tell me why this happened. Please, my lord, distress not over the simple old man. No, you're my only homie! No, dude! Why, Odoline? The Odoline I know would never deign to put himself out in front of a gang of slum dwellers. Please, Lord Barnier, try to remain calm. Odoline was struck in the head with a stone and is in critical condition. No! Leave the old man alone! He's in my mouth. Oh. Fuck. The following day, that is the day after Gratien poisoned me, a dozen people from the slums showed up at the manor gates, cried in angry protest against the Lord demanding change. Evidently, Gratien hadn't kept word of my deception to himself, so in addition to their other complaints, they shouted that I was a fake, that I wasn't actually nobility. They threatened to reveal my secret if I didn't do something about their living conditions. As the commotion dragged on through the day, people within the manor started getting restless. Eventually, it got to be so tense that Orlan stood near a window, told them they needed to cease immediately, and that if they wouldn't, they would be charged with lese majeste, which is when he was hit in the head with a rock and lost consciousness. Dude, he's old enough, let him pass away, not God, come on! God, you damn fool! I'm quite pleased to see you have recovered enough to shout with such vigor. Now I needn't worry. Wait, slow down. Worry about what? Incredibly, it would seem old age has bested me. Okay, he did. He is dying of old age, but still, you guys bonked him on the head. Come on. What the fuck? I think the stone must have gone in my eyes. For I cannot see you there, my lord. No! I'm right here. Please, don't give up on me. You're stronger than a stupid rock. Give it a few days and you'll be back to perfect health. And even if your sight doesn't come back, you can still do your job. Do your job. I can tell you everything I see. Come on, Odolan. My sincerest apologies. Please. Why would you even go try and talk them down yourself anyway? Whatever happened to acting only in your own benefit? What did you have to gain from not having them executed on the spot? They were rioting in front of the Lord's manor. You had no reason to bother warning them. There was no question they were committing a serious offense. Why didn't you just do what you would always do? Then I would argue with you about it, like I always do. What the hell got into you, Odolan? I suppose must have softened up somewhat. Excuse me? Cared so much about your friends in the slums, my lord, that I took pity on them. Oh, you wouldn't kill them because like, oh, these are your friends. Old age seems to weaken more than just the body. Oh, truly inconvenient. Odolan. Nevertheless, glad this old body held out until today. What are you would not have been able to pass on peacefully had I not seen you recover from the poison, my lord. Stop it. Don't talk like that. I told you, you're stronger than one dim rock. I'm your lord, damn it. My word is law. 'Tis with great regret that I must defy my lord's command. Enough. I mean it. You stop this right now. My warnings against being swayed by your emotions remain unheeded, I see. And who the hell's fault do you think that is, huh? You are the lord. The sooner you learn to control that blaze, the smoother your future endeavors proceed. Do not allow your days to be cut short as well. In a moment's weakness, I implore you to always remain strong. Strong and ever high of heart, so that none may drag you down. With death upon me, my hands are shaking dreadfully. I didn't think anything scared you. It terrifies me to know I will be leaving you alone. Oh, why is this old man making me cry? I never thought I would cry for this old man. For I was able to teach you everything. I cannot bear knowing that I have forsaken you at but the onset of a great and perilous journey. There is so much more I have yet to pass on to you. You will need in order to become a great ruler. So much. Then don't go! Stay and teach me! You said you wanted to fulfill your duties as consul, that you didn't want to die until you had accomplished something worthwhile. You can't tell me you're satisfied with this. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Don't do this. You can't. Say something. Please, say anything. Tell me it's all a cruel prank. Odolan! No! No. Lord Barnier. Odolan is dead. Make arrangements for a funeral.
Yes, Lord. And what happened with the riot? They fled soon after striking Odalon. I would wager they returned to the city. Thank you. Would you like something done about them, my lord? I would. They need to understand that their actions have consequences. They slandered the Lord and murdered his consul. We can't just let them walk away from that now, can we? Then we will have them all arrested and thrown into the dungeon. I said there would be consequences. If we just slap them on the wrist, they will come back and do it again. They will mock me, condescend me, ridicule me, keep making a mess of my home. Tell me, do you feel safe serving a lord whose people neither respect nor fear him? Would you have any admiration for a leader like that? Have them executed. Since Odalon isn't here to advise it, I, Lord Barnier, officially order every spark of opposition is to be snuffed out. You find every last one of the rats and relieve them of their heads, and then put them on display in the city square. Make sure they know damn well exactly what awaits anyone who opposes Lord Barnier. Yes, Lord. Oh man, it didn't have to come to this. 180. He got no one on his back to like wait a minute, that's not maybe you shouldn't do that. I was like, no, fuck, kill them all. 1898, fuck. 100,000 dead peasants. Fuck. God damn it, no, this is where Yogobo just spirals down even further. God, no. Odalon's blood was on my hands. My inexperience and naivete had gotten him killed. He had warned me again and again that my people had no love for me, but I ignored him, foolishly believing in friendship, letting Gratian into my house, and ultimately getting Odalon murdered. My trust didn't belong to Gratian or my old slum companions. It belonged to Odalon. I should have realized so much sooner. But he was the one and only person left I could trust. Men with whom I had spent years had likely participated in that riot. Men whose names I knew, whose faces I recognized, with whom I had spoken on countless occasions. But I felt not even a pang of regret in ordering their deaths. I didn't reminisce about the good old days. Those days were gone, irrelevant, meaningless. I felt no sympathy for the people they were leaving behind, nor did I so much as bat an eye when I saw their bodies lined up before me. Compassion bred weakness, made you vulnerable. I had to excise every last bit of it. It was the last thing I needed, for I was the Lord Jean-Francois Barnier. Hey, look at all those heads. Supposedly they were beheaded for trying to assassinate the Lord. That seems like a lot of folks for an assassination attempt. Who can say what happened up yonder? Have you been down to the square today? I have! My heavens, I almost passed out at the sight of it. Why would those stupid thugs try to go after the Lord anyway? There's been whisperings around town. They say he was actually born in the slums and isn't a noble at all. Wasn't that just his cover while he was in hiding from the phony Barnier? I certainly hope that's the case, but either way, it's probably best to keep quiet about the topic. I'll say. I doubt he'll do anything as bad as the phony, but it still brings back bad memories. And things were getting to be so pleasant too. No, even if Jacopo was, even if he tricks the people, I don't know. Does it really matter if they're actually blood noble? Isn't this better treatment from the last lord? Isn't that all that matters? The hell? Come on, people. Priorities. Whatever. I get. Well, blood relations are very important these days, I guess. What is this? Some kind of sick joke? Fucking Gratian's right at the very front. And the other guys, he used to hang out with at the pub. Yes, you know, Jacopo never speaks up. Did you kill them all, Jacopo? You killed all your old friends? Why? What the hell, Jacopo? I would never hurt anyone. What happened to you? You went through hell with these guys. How could you just fucking murder them? You really changed that much? You have, Jacopo. You've become a completely different man. Oh, but, man, the same guys are trying to kill him too! Ah, what the hell? Hey. Oh, long dead. He died in that goddamn revolution. And Jacopo I know no longer exists. All that's left were Barnier. Everyone, they're all gone. You, Gata, Jared, Ratian, every last... The fuck, man? Maria's all alone now, too. What's most important to her? I appointed a new council shortly after Odilon's death, but he was an ineffectual, short-sighted oaf. And to top it off, he had a tendency to simply nod and agree with anyone and everyone, rather than express any opinions of his own. If anything, having him around made my job more difficult. But it wasn't as though there was anyone else competent enough to take that position, and relieving him so soon would come with its own crop of problems. So I ended up using him to shuffle papers and handle other menial work while I took care of the actual decision-making. My first order of business was to establish clearly defined rules and punishments. Making ill of the Lord, spreading false rumors about his lineage, creating art of any form which could be interpreted as defamatory. These were all considered acts of lèse majesté, and in the most severe cases, were potentially punishable by death.
Lèse majesté.
Lèse majesté. Okay. The insulting of a monarch. Okay. Treason. Okay. Les. I always remember how you pronounce it with the other accent, but not that one. Les. Okay. Les. Of course that's how you... Lèse majesté in the most severe cases were potentially punishable by death. I started seeing results almost immediately. The people stopped claiming I was a fake, that I came from the slums. The Barnier name became a symbol of fear once again. My renovation efforts proceeded as originally planned. The city flourished as a commerce hub, attracting merchants and patrons and visitors from near and far. Some fields had to be removed as well to accommodate the expansion of the marketplace, but they were hardly producing anything worthwhile to begin with. If farmers wanted to keep farming, they were free to move elsewhere. I scaled down the size of the slums while scaling up security. Lacking leadership, what little remained of the peacekeeper group had turned into a gang of unruly thugs. So rather than keeping the peace, they largely made things worse. In response, I forbade the formation of unauthorized organizations within the slums. And with all that in place, the city was much safer and more orderly, and the economy significantly stronger than it had been under my predecessor's rule. However, those unfortunate enough to miss riding the wave of economic growth found themselves falling ever further behind their neighbors. The ravine between the poor and the wealthy had become nigh uncrossable. My own manor was hardly a bastion of safety either. Not only was I rapidly enacting new policy, laws were stricter and punishments harsher than before, so many were, to put it lightly, more than a little displeased with me. I'd gone through several food tasters and just as many direct assassination attempts. It wasn't particularly difficult to avoid major incidents by simply suspecting everyone, but I could seldom relax as a result. In time I came to prefer solitude. Well, not so much prefer, as require it for my own safety. Odilon's death left me with more than just solitude, though. The phantom slipped free from my dreams, appearing from my shadow whenever I was alone, laughing endlessly. Ew, go away! What did I tell you, boy? You're controlling them with fear just as I did. It's a wonderful feeling, is it not? The look of terror on a man's face is the most exquisite thing in all of the world. Silence you. Stand by the window and listen. You can hear them all the way from the bottom of the hill. Bemoaning the great and terrible Lord Barnier. Be quiet. And you know who their cries are about. It's not me any longer. It's you, boy. Shut up, goddammit. Don't fool yourself. You're no better than me. Enough! I said silent, spirit! I'm nothing like you! If that's so, then tell me, boy. How do we differ? I don't hold those disgusting banquets for one, nor do I torture slaves for my own sick pleasure. By your command, hundreds of slaves are being worked so hard it will surely spell their deaths. How is that any different than murder, or torture? Their deaths aren't meaningless. They're giving their lives for the good of the city. In your eyes, perhaps. But how many would take your side? You have no idea what you're talking about. If the people were truly satisfied with your rule, you wouldn't be holed up in this room all the time. You have no one you can open up to, no one to offer you companionship. What better proof of your tyrannical ways than your own isolation? Shut your damn mouth! You wretched man. How many times have you been betrayed? Have you found anyone you can trust after all your old friends proved you couldn't even count on them? Oh, for God's sake, quit babbling already! Solitude will be your constant companion for the rest of your days. Should you let your guard down even for a moment, know that 100 men lie in wait, ready to plunge their blades into your back. Your attendants dream of the day they can sneak poison past your taster. Shut up! You poor pathetic child. How much misery and stress have you brought upon yourself because you let your dreams run amok, clawing your way up into a world much, much too big for you. God damn you! My lord? I heard a huge crash. Lord? How many times do I have to tell you to stay out of my chambers? Forgive me. I was afraid you might be in. I can take care of myself, damn it. Don't make me say it again. Yes, sir. The hell with you. We're nothing alike. I'm making their lives better, not worse. I'm not a tyrant. I started relying on alcohol to rid myself of the phantom. When I was drunk enough, I didn't have to see anything. I didn't dream, I didn't have nightmares. And most importantly, I didn't have to think. There were times I couldn't be sure whether I was in my right mind. There were times I was so panicked I wanted to scream my throat raw. But there was never a time I was safe showing that weakness. I knew from experience it would only put me at risk. I couldn't complain to anyone. I couldn't risk anyone for help. I couldn't ask anyone for help. I couldn't believe in anyone. Odolan's dying words came back to me again and again. Stay strong and ever high of heart. What did it even mean to be high of heart, though? Certainly I had nothing to be proud of. Not having spent my early years a filthy, impoverished slum rat. Not having spearheaded a violent revolution and stolen the throne. Not this farce of a tale about me secretly being a noble. I hadn't been raised to be a lord. I hadn't been taught to have a proud, noble spirit. That was likely what Odolan had wanted to impart upon me. The nature of a ruler. People automatically respect a man who is truly dignified and noble. They instinctively admire him, kneeling out of wholehearted honor. That's what makes a true king. Not knowing the first thing about how to be that kind of man, I fell back on the only alternative that came to mind, forcing them to kneel beneath my iron fist. 2 years under Odolan's tutelage was nowhere near long enough to instill in me the natural nobility I needed. Thus was I left to be tormented by this accursed phantom whenever alone and paid the ruthless ruler otherwise. In my attempts to mask the fear lurking within, I grew louder and more ostentatiously contemptuous. Practically every other word out of my mouth was an insult. The old Jacopo was long gone, and Lord Barnier had crept in to take his place. It was gradual enough that I hardly realized it was happening. But now, all I saw in the mirror was the face of a cruel, wretched man. I even came to hate my old self, to think him foolish. What kind of a vapid, nebulous dream was I want to go out into the world? What basis did I have for thinking myself any more significant than any other kid on the streets?
And where the hell did I get the idea that having influence meant having freedom? I could barely even take care of myself. Where did I get off on thinking a little power would let me protect the people I cared about? And what about now? What fundamentally did I even want now? What did I have to protect? Nothing. I was too far gone. There was no light to be found no matter how far I marched this path, and only a bottomless abyss waited at my back. I had left myself, with nowhere to return to. Before I knew it, nearly 4 years had passed since the revolution. Well, we're 4 years now. Oh, shit. By then, not a soul dared defy my will. I was surrounded by people who supported my every decision. Few of them genuinely agreed with me on everything, obviously, but no one could deny how much growth I had brought about, and so long as I continued to produce results, I would continue to have their outward support. As a trading hub, the city flourished, but the citizens were less than thrilled about the work I was doing. The poorest, especially, seemed to hold a great deal of enmity for me, but I was reaching the point where I couldn't manage on the support of the upper crust alone. Simply dumping sacks of coin into the streets wouldn't end poverty, though, and increasing taxes on imported goods would undermine everything I had built up. Lacking an actual solution, all I could do was work to make them feel like they were better off than they actually were. Fortunately, it was much easier to pull the wool over the middle and lower classes' eyes than it was the better educated upper class. I started by building public recreational facilities, which citizens had priority access to, and then I turned my eyes toward religion. About a year earlier, as a part of the city's expansion, a bridge was built across a river that served as the city's effective border. A church had still not been established in that new district, so I wanted to build one and gather a following. Conveniently enough, my predecessor had been in the process of building a second manor on the other side of the river, and with a little bit of work, it could easily be repurposed into a church. Once people started making use of the church, it would be simple to win their favor by making myself known as a generous patron. Faith was the ultimate blinder for the uneducated, and history showed time and again that religion could be a powerful tool in the right hands. But the high foreigner and merchant population in the city meant that no one particular religion had managed to take hold. The merchants especially tended to develop their own individual philosophies over the years, with few caring much for higher powers. That was a possible explanation for why the church had never had much sway in this region. There was, therefore, a chance the whole thing would just be a colossal waste of money. However, I had recently caught wind of a curious rumor. There was a nun serving a small church at the far edge of town who people had come to refer to as the Saintess. Marie, come here, Sister Marie! Oh my god, seeing someone. I miss you. Oh, what is it? We picked some flowers for you. Take a look, they're so pretty. Oh, why, thank you. They're beautiful. Eee! Get away from me! She actually fell for it. Hey now, how many times do I have to tell you? It's not nice to trick people. You're too much fun to tease, Sister Marie. That's hardly an excuse. It's still wrong. I'm your big sister here, so you need to treat me like... Oh, there's a bug on your dress. What? No, wait. Where is it? Get it off. Someone get it off me. Just kidding. There's nothing there. Get back here, you little rascals. Oh god. So her name's Marie. Not quite what I envisioned of the so-called saintess. She seeks out orphans to take into her care and offers food for the hungry, shelter for the homeless, and rest for the weary. And where exactly do the funds for that come from? She covers it all herself, supposedly. I highly doubt she has that kind of money just sitting around. Look at the building. It's practically falling apart. Wait a second. I get it. She makes use of all the church's resources to fund her charity. That is correct, my lord. Is she really so foolish as to not realize that's unsustainable? The locals are quite fond of her, but the same cannot be said of the priests and other nuns. Her work is causing them great financial stress. I'm not surprised. Shall I summon her? No, don't bother. I've seen more than enough. Yes, my lord. What? You have something to say? No, my lord. I simply find it curious you would take the time to come all the way out here when you have far more important work to attend to. Not that I would ever imply your judgment is anything other than impeccable, my lord. I just thought the saintess might be someone I knew. Pardon? But I was mistaken. They don't call her a saintess because she does God's work. They just call her that because she's a damn goody two-shoes. So much for words having actual meaning. Christ. I see. Lord Barnier? It's nothing. I'm heading back now. Yes, sir. Marie! The giant man's here! Oh god, we're gonna see Yukimasa. Come on now, be polite. Oh my god. Why does it feel like so weird? It feels weird to see them again. Good day, Marie. The kids seem to be doing quite well. Oh, you have no idea. So well, in fact, that this little hooligan found himself a whole handful of bugs. Goodness, he about scared me out of my skin. A little mischief is a good thing. Their smiles wouldn't be half as bright at any other orphanage. I'm not so sure about that. In any case, here's what I learned this week. No! I keep telling you that's not necessary. But you do accept tithes, don't? No? Yes, but still. I know it's hardly enough to cover what you need, but please. No, that's not what I mean. It's your money. You should use it for yourself. I have nothing to use it on. You put it to much better use than I ever could. Alright, thank you. But try not to work yourself too hard, okay? I promise. Goodness, you really do make a lot in a week. I didn't realize carpentry paid so well. Indeed, I'm fortunate enough to have found good work. Maybe I'll leave the church and take up carpentry myself. Just kidding. You kid, but you would do quite well for yourself. You're strong enough to carry me at least. That took every last bit of strength I had. Who is that man? Even with all the foreigners we got here, I've never seen anyone who looks like that. He is a frequent visitor to this church, though he does not appear to come for the charity. An Oriental, perhaps? Oriental? My former consul told me of them once. Vagrants from the Far East who supposedly look much like that man. How curious. You may be able to fool a nun, but I know damn well no carpenter in the world makes that much in a week. There's something fishy about him. Look into the man. Tell me anything you find out about him. Yes, Lord Barnier. Now I'm heading back. In addition to the renovations for the church and gathering intel on the Far Eastern man, I made sure to keep an eye out for any unusual rumors or happenings outside the city's borders. Of all the reports I received, the one that caught my attention was word of a witch who lives by a lake. The Slickside witch supposedly had miraculous powers. The Slickside witch supposedly had miraculous powers, allowing her to cure any ailment, and the effect was transmitted through her blood. This wasn't the first time I had heard of the witch, an elderly woman who prepared and sold medicinal herbs, but I hadn't realized she also traded in miracles. It sounded like a bunch of snake oil to me, but she had allegedly cured a deathly ill young girl and started to make quite a name for herself. But on top of that, they also said the sound of the witch's first cry had ended a years-long drought in the village where she was born. This doesn't bode well. Why not, my lord? Try using your damn head once in a while, would you? Two competing denominations forming so close together. You don't see how that could lead to all sorts of headaches? The objective is to unify the people under a single banner, to which I then pledge my support and earn their favor. But that all comes mute if their faith turns towards this witch. The people do love their heroes and miracles, after all. It's quite an attractive proposition, I must say. I'm mocking them, you buffoon. I beg your pardon. The chances of it growing into something actually worth worrying about are slim, but better to snuff the flame out before it spreads than sit back and hope it burns itself out. Shall I deliver an order for her to cease operation then? That would be best. Actually, no. I'll deal with this personally. You just keep your mouth shut and do exactly as you're ordered. Nothing more, nothing less. Understood? Yes, Lord. To start, summon the man from the church. Oh yeah, everything's coming together. A few days later, I was standing face to face with the man in my audience room. He seemed much less personable in person than when I had seen him with the nun. Stone-faced, cold, and faintly smelled of blood. Not that I could actually smell blood, but there was an animalistic air emanating from him. How much I had expected, though. I knew before summoning him that he was anything but a respectable man. I take it you're the Oriental man who's been seen buzzing around this local church of late? That would be me, yes. What of it? Who do you think you're talking to, you impudent rat? Show some damn respect. Apologies. I'm not very familiar with the local customs or language. Very well then. You're fortunate I'm such an understanding man. Now for the reason I called you here. You're the one who killed that cart full of slaves 4 years ago, aren't you? So you know about that. I wasn't actually sure it was you, but now I have confirmation. Since then, one slave of Far Eastern origin has remained unaccounted for. I take it that would be you. That's right. You made one hell of a mess out there. Am I here to be punished? That depends on how our talk goes. If you think going back to being a slave, you're fooling yourself. I don't need any more damn slaves, and I certainly don't want you as one. You're obviously not finding any respectable work, being an ex-slave, so I take it you're still in the business of getting your hands dirty, are you not? I assume you're playing cat burglar or something, living off whatever you can swipe from the nearest unlucky bastard. Correct. Isn't it comical, then, that you would choose God's sacred house to stretch your legs in, you filthy dog? I absolutely agree. I thought that would get a reaction out of you, but it seems you got no bite in you today. Never mind. Let's get down to business. You're going to help me out with a little something I'm working on. I'll help you with what exactly? Something that's going to make me a lot of money. And if you lend a hand, I'll make sure you're well taken care of. Along with the church you're so fond of, and the nun you've taken a liking to. That nun of yours has made quite the name for herself. Out in the city proper, people have started calling her the saintess. They're right about that. She is. The commoners love their heroes and saints. They eat that rubbish right up. But saint or not, you can't simply create food from nothing. Her work is causing financial troubles for the church, is it not? It is, yes. If you help me with this, I'm offering you an entirely new church, one where she has complete control to do as she wishes. She'll make it into the biggest church in the city. She'll be able to help even more people, which should surely please her. What would you have me do? Jumping at the first whiff of scraps. You really are a dog, aren't you? I don't like conversations that overstay their welcome. Fair enough. And let's get to business. Not far from here lives a witch whose blood has the power to cause miracles. Miracle blood? Sounds like a sham to me. You never know. They say the sound of her first cry brought rain to the land where she was born, saving the whole village from drought. And they say her blood has the power to cure any disease. I'll worry about the veracity of the rumors later. Right now, all I want is for you to capture her and bring her to me. Explain something to me, Lord. You said that if I helped you, the nun would be able to save more people than she does now.
How does capturing this witch accomplish that? I'm glad you know how to listen, dog. We'll be turning the blood into a miracle elixir, which she will then distribute to patrons of the church. In exchange for tithes, of course. Selling it, then. Selling isn't quite the right word, but if that's how you want to think of it, by all means. The commoner's beloved saintess handing out an all-powerful miracle medicine. They'll lap it up. And in turn, you'll make a fortune. Exactly. Money I can use to support her church. It'll be a boon to the city's economy as well. A single witch's freedom is all it'll cost for anyone here to come out happy. So what'll it be? Will you help, or will I have to? I'll help. I have no reason not to. Decisive and a good listener. Excellent. Once I've captured the witch, where do I take her? I have a mansion set aside where your nun can run her church. There's an observation tower in the grounds. The witch will be kept locked up there to ensure we have a constant supply of blood. Okay. When do you want me to get her? You're just chomping at the bit now, aren't you? I thought you'd hesitate at least a little, but I guess it was foolish of me to presume to understand how a killer's mind works. All the resources I put into investigating you and everyone close to you were wasted, it would seem. Do you even have a conscience? Don't act like you're any different. I assure you, I have a conscience. I wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't necessary for the growth of the city. No, I mean you're as much as a murderer as me. You would never come up with a scheme like this if your hands were clean. The man's right. You're nothing but a murderer. Ugh, get away! Two stinky men. Just a room full of stinky men here. How deep has the blood seeped into your hands? How many have you killed claiming their lives necessary sacrifices? And how many more will die from your ambition? The silent spirit. That poor witch. Blessed with the power to perform miracles, only to win her the attention of the villainous lord. It must be done. I don't have to explain myself to you. It's not like the old hag has long to live anyway. What the hell is villainous about having her spend her final days for the greater good of the city? So many lives will be improved at the cost of only one. You keep telling yourself that, boy. But what you're doing is no different than my banquets. You're cut from the same cloth as the man standing before you. No, I'm not gonna lie, I kinda like that smirking sprite of Yukimasa there. And same cloth as me. Be gone, Phantom. Watch your mouth, dog. It's a really white smirk. Don't you dare insinuate I would ever condescend to your level. Just reverse back to normal. Okay. Do I read more? I don't know if I just end to her once Morgana is back. Or just... Oh, fuck. Want to. A little. I mean, like right before Morgana comes back. See how long it takes. Ugh. Damn it. That's the first time he's shown up with someone else around. At least you behaved yourself today. Oof. I'm pretty sure you're smarter than most people I deal with. You won't betray me either. Who knows how much longer he'll live, though. Stay. Don't touch it until I say so. Oh, quit pouting at me like that. You're the Lord's dog. Stand tall and proud. Alright, here you are. Drink up. Hope the dog didn't just drop down and die because it's poisoned. Looks like it's safe. I swear, so much work just to get myself a damn drink of water. I don't want that to happen at all. When I heard about the Saintess, I thought it might be you, but it was someone else. I never did get around to resuming the search after Odalon passed. There's someone around I can trust with such a sensitive task. Oh wait, so now Morgana's back? Okay. we just got there. Damn. Wait, okay. Wait until the music changes, I'll stop. Wait. Oh wait, okay, no. Okay, she's not found. Okay, it sounded like they found her, right? Wait, never did get around to that might be you, but it was someone else. Oh, I think he's just referred to Pauline. Okay. Jacopo, you stupid! I can't believe Odeline didn't even tell him about, like, why Morgana was there. Stupid Ed! It was probably for the best I never do find you. Yeah. Can't go back to the way we were before. Not that there's much chance you're even still alive. If by some strange chance you are still alive, what do you think of the man I've become? Several days later than originally planned, the Far Eastern man finally arrived at the mansion. I'll read it now. I'm just gonna... I'd arranged to meet with him on the uppermost level of the observation tower on the church grounds. The staircase. The old staircase. About time. The man appeared before me, a burlap sack slung over his shoulder. I had ordered he use the sack, afraid he might be foolish enough to actually drag the old woman all the way here. There's your witch. And he threw the bag to the ground, causing the woman inside to let out a muffled grunt. It doesn't sound like an elderly woman's voice, though. Stench. Tell me you didn't harm her, dog. I smell blood. You only instructed me not to kill her. Mistakes were made, limbs were lost. Damn it. I cleaned up all the blood I got on me. No one suspected anything. It's even farther gone than I imagined. I should have been clear in my instructions. Oh, I suppose it doesn't matter much. She's not going to live long either way. Oh no. That you were able to immediately recognize it as the smell of blood says quite a bit, Lord. You have killed before, haven't you? I don't remember Yukimasa smirking all this time. Or well, no, we only saw it in blood noise. We only saw it in text form, so damn, he really be smirking. This dude. Oh yeah, we were in his POV. I see. Enough yapping. She is alive, yes? Of course. Riding back a sigh, I tossed my gaze from the man to the bag. I felt slightly sorry for the woman, but the feeling doesn't last long. Oh, you better feel sorry now! Oh shit! I had seen too many bloody, mangled bodies, both dead and alive, to be fazed by one more. He crouched down to untie the bag. Oh no! Is this new art too, huh? And a young girl came tumbling free. It can't be. As soon as I saw her, I knew exactly who the girl was. It had been 4 years, but no length of time could wipe from my memory those patches on her face, or those breathtaking golden eyes. But why? How? What was she doing inside the bag? Why had I ordered her captured? How? How could I have done that? Morgana. She was pale as death, shaking visibly. Confusion seized me, a cloud of swirling darkness forming before my eyes. The first thought that came to mind was that he had gotten the wrong person. I had only ordered her captured because I thought the witch by the lake was an old woman. If I had known she was a young girl, let alone her, I would have never given the command. But those thoughts led nowhere. I was simply trying to avoid facing reality, trying to place the blame on anyone but myself. I couldn't take back what had already been gone. What had already been done and gone. I couldn't change it. There she was, the girl who had once won my affection, lying in a ball on the cold stone with an arm missing. It didn't matter how we had gotten here, or what I had felt about her. There was no fixing what I had done. Yeah. She looked up at me as the source of the muttering above her.
Her eyes were opened almost frighteningly wide, and they wandered aimlessly, unfocused to the point I wasn't sure she was seeing anything at all. I felt a tinge of madness in her. "Is that you?" The words spilled from her lips, so soft they barely reached my ears. Hardly a trace of the beautiful singing voice from my memory remained. It was hoarse and raspy. Every sound seemingly laced with an unfathomably deep, pitch-black hatred for all existence. You remember me? Would she even be able to recognize me anymore? How could I ever forget? Morgana. She remembered me? The days we spent together. What kind of person I had been. The boy who had refused to give up putting ointment on her face. Her friends. Those horribly unromantic encounters at the graveyard. Taking shots at me taking shots at her. Did she really remember? All the time we had shared. How could I ever forget? All the pain. All the humiliation you put me through. What? How could I ever forget the blood sabbaths you so loved to hold? What? What was she talking about? Haven't had enough, have you? Leaving scars on every inch of my body wasn't enough for you. You haven't had your fill of my blood. I couldn't even begin to process the words I was hearing. They were little more than angry, meaningless shouts crashing into me. What the hell? What was she saying? Did she think I was someone else? Did she think it was him? That I was Barnier? No, Morgana. That wasn't me. I wasn't the man who had caused you so much agony. Look at the girl. You would claim you haven't caused her pain. You're the man who bound me, cut me up, called me a witch, and tried to kill me. I haven't forgotten you even for a moment. No, I was the man who rescued you from him. I wanted to shout, but I couldn't gather the strength to force up a single word. Only gasps of air came from my lips. It was like I had been robbed of my own voice. I don't care how much my father preaches forgiveness. That's the one thing you'll never get from me. I despise you with all my soul. I revile you with every fiber of my being. For every scar you gave me, I give you a lifetime of hatred. No, Morgana! When I finally managed to produce a sound, it was barely more audible than a whisper. In a frenzy, I made to reach out for her, when I noticed a pair of narrow eyes glaring at me. I wasn't aware you knew the Witch Lord. What? Know her? I don't just know her. She's Morgana. She's a girl This man, the Lord, he destroyed me, mind and body. No. She's not wrong. That was another man. You have become that man to her. I'm not Barnier. Do you hear yourself, boy? You're the rightful heir to the Barnier name, are you not? That's what you said when you sold the throne from me. This man ruined my life. How will you respond, boy? Will you say it wasn't you? Can you say it wasn't you? How will you convince her? She's clearly not in her right mind. Will she even understand it if you reveal the truth? Can you do that knowing it won't make it through to her? Will you tell her you're nothing more than a slumrat, an usurper, that you were deceived your way into power? That everything you built up over these years was all a lie? That you killed your former friends for nothing? That Odolam died for nothing? That you endured betrayal after betrayal for nothing? Do you have the spine to say it, boy? All the sacrifices you made, all the pain you suffered to make it here, could all come crumbling down the moment you do. What will it be, false lord? Is the girl worth it? Is sharing the truth with this half-dead girl on the brink of madness worth losing everything you worked so hard to accomplish? Make your choice. What's the matter, Lord? Yes, I know her. Or I knew her years ago. See, what do you want to do then, Lord? You look sick. What do I want to do? Obviously, why on earth? This doesn't change anything. We lock the witch up and proceed as planned. Did I make this choice? Congratulations, boy. Thus concludes your inheritance of the name Lord Barnier. And we end here.
4 years earlier. Oh, it's gonna show Morgana, like, when she was taken away again. So much pain! Pain. Oh, we love to see it. Love to see it. Oh, that's crazy. Man. 8 p.m. tomorrow again. Unless otherwise. Wait, what's Thursday? Oh shit. Well, we'll see. It just gets worse, baby. Again. A fucking again. Oh, thank you for coming. I'm gonna eat something at 12 a.m. No happiness. The opening cinematic for this we are well aware. Good night. Bye bye.